I would like to invite to make her opening remarks Ms. Angel Makombo Ntumba, SADC Deputy Executive Secretary, responsible for regional integration.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Nana Dlamini. Your Excellency, Right Honorable Russell Miso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellencies, Senator Honorable Tulisile Lala, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, represented by Honorable Jane Nkota Simelane, Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable Ministers and their representatives present, permanent secretaries, and other senior government officials from SADC member states. Ms. Mihana Miahimanana Razafimanatosa, sorry for, Deputy Director General of the Bureau National de Gestion des Risques et des Catastrophes of Republic of Madagascar, and representing the chairperson of SADC. International cooperating partners present here, officials from SADC member states, representative of academia, civil society, and the private sector, SADC Secretariat staff and staff members of the government of Eswatini, partners from the media, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm deeply, deeply honored and privileged to welcome you all to the launch of the SADC platform on disaster risk reduction and the Eswatini Center of Excellence on Drought Resilience. This gathering represents a significant milestone in our shared collective journey to build a safer, more resilient SADC region. The establishment of the SADC platform on DDR is a direct response to the call of the Sendai framework, which urges us to strengthen disaster risk governance and institutionalize platforms at regional and national levels. This platform will serve as our common space to shape the regional DDR agenda, strengthen coordination across all sectors, and facilitate meaningful dialogue among governments, technical experts, development partners, and communities alike. This initiative comes at a most timely moment. As highlighted in the 2025 Global Assessment Report, the cost of disasters are escalating sharply, with global losses now exceeding $2.3 trillion annually when cascading impacts are considered. Southern Africa, our region, the Southern Africa, is no exception. Our region continues to face recurrent droughts, cyclones, floods, and health emergencies, each testing our resilience and leaving systemic impacts on agriculture, food security, infrastructure, and social development. The midterm review of the Sendai framework reminds us that while meaningful progress has been achieved, a lot of work is still to be done. We continue to face rising vulnerabilities driven by climate change, poverty, rapid urbanization, and weak investment in risk-informed development. At the continental level, Africa has articulated a strong common position in the lead-up to the 2025 Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. Through the Windhoek Declaration, African Union member states reaffirmed their commitment to accelerate the implementation of the Program of Action for the Sendai Framework by operationalizing multi-hazard early warning systems, strengthening urban resilience, and scaling up investments in risk-informed development. For our organization, for SADC, aligning with this common continental position is crucial. A harmonized SADC voice will amplify our influence on the global stage, ensuring that the unique risks and priorities of our region, particularly drought resilience, are recognized and adequately resourced. Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, the Sendai Framework has less than 5 years left to deliver on its ambitious targets before 2030. The window is narrowing and the urgency is growing. Therefore, I urge all of us gathered here to seize this moment to define priority areas for SADC that will accelerate the implementation of the Sendai Framework. We must commit to 1, strengthening multi-hazard early warning and early action systems, ensuring last-mile delivery to all community. 2, expanding risk-informed investments that integrate DRR into planning, finance, and development strategy. And 3, we must commit to building inclusive resilience, particularly urban centers, ensuring that vulnerable population, especially women, children, and rural communities are at the center of our strategy. And 4, we must commit to promoting regional cooperation to address transboundary risks, recognizing that disasters do not respect borders. This platform and the Center of Excellence provide us with the tools and space to chart a common path. So let us therefore rise to the challenge, speak with one voice, and act with urgency to ensure that by 2030, the people of our region, the people of SADC, live in a safer, more resilient, and more prosperous region. Your Excellency, as I conclude my remarks, please allow me to congratulate the Kingdom of Eswatini for the exemplary leadership in advancing the disaster risk reduction agenda, including being elected the chair of the SADC Humanitarian and Emergency Operations Center, in short, SHOC, based in Nacala in Mozambique. Eswatini is uniquely positioned to support its permanent operationalization. With these few remarks, I wish all of you, all of us, I wish Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a successful deliberation. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much for those very insightful words, Deputy Executive Secretary for Regional Integration, Ms. Angel Makombo-Ntumba. I would like to invite remarks by Ms. Somagosh Molik, the Regional Water Practice Manager for the World Bank. Over to you.
This is working, right? Right is working. Okay. Your Excellency, Honorable Prime Minister of Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, and delegates from the SADC member countries, drought champions, esteemed colleagues and partners, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to today's launch of the SADC platform for disaster risk management and drought resilience, and also the launch of the Drought Center of Excellence in Eswatini. A huge congratulations to all of you. It is a privilege to address this August gathering on matter that is critical to the prosperity of the Southern Africa region. It is all about droughts. A drop saved today is a life secured for the future. While we gather here in good spirits and hopeful outlooks for the future, I invite you to consider some sobering statistics. We heard it, but there are some more. In the last half century, extreme droughts has increased in many regions throughout the world by over 230%. Each drought leaves behind a trail of economic hardships, social displacement, and diminished opportunities, especially for the most vulnerable among us. Perhaps nowhere is this challenge felt more acutely than in Africa, where droughts remain the deadliest and the most costly of natural disasters. Recent research by the World Bank estimates that droughts in sub-Saharan Africa left behind 600,000 and 900,000 more people jobless each year during 2005 and 2018. This is equivalent to 7 to 10% of annual jobs created. And here in the SADC region, extreme drought events per year have increased from 1970 and 2010 on average by threefolds. And in the neighboring South Africa, extreme droughts have diminished up to 10 to 15% of annual income gains. Let me cast your attention upon the Kingdom of Eswatini, this beautiful nation where we are here today, which has, through adversity, became a beacon of innovation and hope for the nation, for the entire nation. Eswatini's story is one of transformation. When the devastating El Nino drought of 2015 and 16 struck, it impacted ripples across every facet of life, disseminating agricultural production, exhausting traditional savings, driving communities into poverty and migration. The government faced losses amounting to 19% of its annual expenditure, a staggering 7% of the GDP. Yet, in the wake of this crisis, Eswatini's leaders resolved to chart a new course, one of the defined by resilience. Allow me to highlight two important ways that the World Bank has been supporting the Kingdom of Eswatini on this journey. At the core of the EFX is the Eswatini Water Supply and Sanitation Access Project. This initiative, which began roughly 6 years ago, is bringing tangible change to communities by investing in resilient water infrastructure, implementing an integrated drought early warning system, establishing robust impacts reporting, risk mapping platforms. The project is also helping to ensure that each city and town is equipped with drought contingency plans, and a national policy reform is underway to establish legislative frameworks to support the country's drought resilience building objectives. We are especially proud of the country's commitment to inclusivity. The early warning system incorporates local indigenous knowledge and citizen science is woven into the process through schools and village communities. You have seen some of the artwork that is already displayed here. This participatory model ensures that our resilience strategies are grounded in realities of the people who are most impacted by droughts. The Kingdom is now building from their experiences and other recent efforts to launch and capacitate the Eswatini Drought Center of Excellence here today as this Drought Resilience Forum. The center is being spearheaded by the National Disaster Management Agency, which has been leading the country's transformation and drought risk management. It will include collaborative partnership with other government agencies and ministries, as well as various local and regional partners. Even today, Today marks the official of the launch of the Center of Excellence. The idea for such a center to help establish Eswatini as the leader on disaster risk reduction has been a goal for the government for nearly a decade, as envisioned under the leadership of the former NDMA CEO and now His Excellency, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Russell Lamini. Thank you very much for your leadership. The Center of Excellence represents a bold vision to position Eswatini as a regional leader in drought risk management, knowledge exchange, and innovation. Its mission transcends borders, aiming to serve as a hub for best practices, research, and capacity building, not only for Eswatini, but for the wider community of nations facing similar risks. And we are already seeing the Center of Excellence in action. Over the past 2 days, efforts associated with this center have helped to organize a training and knowledge exchange program for drought champions. Thank you for joining and coming. For all the SADC member states, once again, a huge thanks for joining for this 2 days event. No strategy is complete without leadership at every level. Hence, our Drought Champion program. This initiative identifies, trains, and empowers individuals from governments across the SADC region to serve as advocates and architects of drought resilience. The champions represent a cohort of change makers, driving capacity building across borders and helping prioritize investments that will secure the region's future. These champions will continue to participate in similar virtual and in-person exchanges over the coming months to further strengthen their ability to see this drought resilience agenda through to the highest levels within their own country. During the 2 days event, we have also been grateful to have our partners from Brazil and the USA representing similar centers of excellence in these countries. They are graciously here to share lessons, good practices, and foster a Centers of Excellence global network. With the support of funding from the Cooperation of International Waters in Africa, as what we call as CEWA, and the Global Environment Facility, which we call as GEF, we will continue to partner with the government to further support the Center of Excellence in the transformation into a training and exchange hub for the region. The sum of these efforts is more than the reduction of future drought costs and impact. Eswatini now stands as a model for proactive and comprehensive drought risk management. There will indeed be future challenges with droughts here in Eswatini and in the region, and things will never go perfectly as planned. But with the thanks to the country's careful and deliberate shifts from vulnerability to resilience, the country is far better positioned to mitigate the impacts from future droughts, which offers vital lessons for all of us in the region and globally. The World Bank is committed in supporting a water-secured region in Africa. Water is one of our priorities and follows the global water strategy, and we are committed to deliver the strategy with one World Bank Group approach. The strategy focuses on water for people, water for food, and water for the planet. Soon, the World Bank Group will be launching our first regional program on accelerating access to wash and a resilient irrigation program in the region. Strengthening water resilience is central to all the initiatives that we are launching soon. Some of your countries are already part of these two regional programs, and we would invite you to join this program so that we have a collective approach and a collective vision for a water-secured Africa. Now, as we look ahead, let us take inspiration from Eswatini's journey and the foundation laid by these engagements to build upon, through greater regional cooperation, sustained investments, and ongoing pursuit of innovations. I urge all present to engage with these initiatives to support the expansion of drought resilience and water management, and to emulate the successes here in Eswatini and take these lessons in your own nations. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to resilience, partnership, and hope. Together, we can transform the narrative of drought in Africa from devastation to determination, from hardship to possibility. Thank you very much, and wishing you all success for today and beyond. As we say in India, namaste.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Ms. Somagosh Molik, the Regional Water Practice Manager from the World Bank. At this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Mirana Miarimanana Razafimanatoa, and I do apologize if I've butchered that, the Deputy Director General of BNGRC in Madagascar, representing the SADC chair. Over to you, ma'am.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Excellency, Ministers, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Honorable Angel Makumbo Ntumba, Deputy Executive Secretary, Regional Integration of SADC, Honorable Regional Practice Manager of the World Bank, distinguished guests and delegates of the member state of SADC, representative of academia, civil society, and private sector, excellencies. It's a great honor for me to join you today for the launch of the SADC Disaster Risk Reduction Platform and the Eswatini Center of Excellence on Drought Resilience. This important gathering comes at a time when our region continues to face recurrent challenge, particularly drought, that undermine our economic growth, food security, and livelihoods of millions of our people. The Center Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction calls on us to strengthen governance at national and regional levels. Today, by integrating this platform and Center of Excellence, we are answering that call. We are moving decisively from fragmented response to collective, coordinated, and proactive resilience building. This moment is more than a launch. It is the affirmation of our joint commitment to safeguard lives, protect livelihoods, and secure the future of our communities against the growing threat of disaster and climate change. Excellencies, allow me to highlight three priorities: strengthening regional cooperation. No country can confront the magnitude of climate and disaster risk alone. These platforms will allow us to share lessons, harmonize our strategies, and speak with one voice. Together, we can enhance our collective resilience. Investing in resilience, not only response. By institutionalizing knowledge exchange, strengthening early learning systems, and promoting evidence-based policies, it helps us to shift from reactive crisis management to proactive risk-informed development, ensuring that communities are equipped to anticipate and withstand future shocks. Leveraging knowledge and innovation. Resilience requires action that is timely, inclusive, and grounded in both modern forecasting and traditional knowledge. By connecting researchers, policymakers, communities, and the private sector, we ensure that solutions are not only technically, but also socially owned and regional scalable. In conclusion, allow me to congratulate the Kingdom of Eswatini for its leadership in hosting this center, the SADC Secretariat for its vision, and our partners, the World Bank and many others for their unwavering support. Together, we can and we must build a resilient, safe, and prosperous SADC for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the representative of the SADC chair, Ms. Maria Manana Razafi Manatoa. Your Excellency, at this point, we will request your indulgence and allow us to just briefly highlight what this SADC platform is about and the Center of Excellence, so that as we proceed and as you officially open this meeting, you do have an appreciation of why we are gathered here. We will request that we cue in. We'll have a very brief presentation and a video. The presentation that we have before us will just briefly highlight what the SADC Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, what it is, its objectives and aspirations, and then we will also have a similar session later today where we will now go into the nitty-gritties. Please cue in the next slide. So the objective of this platform, the SADC platform on disaster risk reduction, is to strengthen multi-sectorial coordination and cooperation in disaster risk reduction to build a resilient SADC region. The value addition for this platform is that it will provide a space or a platform, for lack of a better word, that will facilitate convening of member states, partners, academia, civil society, and particularly when you look at how maybe the participation of the private sector specifically has been limited in advancing the DRR agenda, and we are hoping that this platform is going to provide that environment that will enable that type of engagement. The platform will facilitate knowledge sharing, experience, and lesson learning across the value chain of disaster risk management across the region. It will enhance coherence or better alignment with global frameworks, such as the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. It will look at a vast international agenda and how disaster risk reduction can effectively contribute to the aspirations of those international agenda. And it will facilitate risk-informed development across the development sectors, including budgeting at regional and at national level. Next slide. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, I thought it would also be very vital for us to speak to the issue of agenda setting. Deputy Executive Secretary for Regional Integration, in her remarks, she alluded to the Africa position that was articulated during the previously held global platform on DRR. While we were able as a region to inform the Africa position, and the Africa position happened to be chaired in the SADC region in Namibia, Your Excellency, but we, at the time, because we did not have the platform, the SADC platform, we were not able to come up with a SADC position that could feed into the Africa position and eventually the global position. And we did identify that as a gap. And we are hoping that through this platform and also noting that
over the last half century,
aspirations of the SADC, of the Sendai platform, Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction are 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals are also 2030. We are now hoping that this platform is also going to help us to then say, reflect on what would be some of the catalytic interventions that will help us accelerate the implementations of interventions towards the achievement of these very, very important instruments. Next slide. And again, we've already spoken to the issue of partnerships as this platform being a hub and having that agenda with the private sector to build resilience, to have academia be the ones that inform the agenda of DRR and be the ones that are helping us with evidence generation so that we can have that empirical evidence, that unrefuted evidence that will allow us to better advocate for risk-informed development processes, risk-informed budgeting processes. I think also we alluded to the fact that the SADC region is amongst the first within Africa to come up with a center that is solely dedicated for the coordination of disaster preparedness and response. And this is the SADC Humanitarian and Emergency Operations Center. This is a very crucial institution that is helping with management of disasters. We even have a team that has been trained in the region that is deployable to respond to disasters. But for us to be able to secure the investments to make this center thrive, we need to be able to generate evidence. We need to be able to build a case, because at the end of the day, whenever resources are invested in disaster risk reduction, a value must be seen, and the return on that investment must be seen as well. And having these strong partnerships will help us to articulate that value addition and evidence for investments. Next slide. Your Excellency, the launch of the SADC platform also goes with the launch of the Eswatini platform on disaster risk reduction. And these platforms at national level, sub-regional level, African Union level, and global level are supposed to work together, and as it is articulated in the Sendai framework as part of enhancing governance for disaster risk reduction. So how these two platforms will work with each other is such that the Eswatini platform offers an opportunity for national leadership, innovations, and lessons. We all know that the National Disaster Management Entity is the one that coordinates all the other sectors in the advancement of the disaster risk management agenda. And this platform, the Eswatini platform, is going to facilitate that agenda setting at national level. And it will then inspire the other sectors to also ensure that whatever has been agreed as the national agenda is reflected, is articulated in their plans, in their budgets, and it makes disaster risk management a little bit more coherent, a little bit better coordinated, and we hope that having these platforms will hopefully result in a place where disaster risk reduction is not the sole responsibility of the entities that are responsible for disaster risk management, but it is our collective responsibility. So this national platforms, including the Eswatini platform, will allow those exchanges. It will also allow coherence, coherence and in terms of when you look at what the agenda will be at regional level, this needs to be informed by collective agenda that has been set at national level, so that there is that consensus and speaking with one voice. And it will also build on strengthening the efforts of the Kingdom of Eswatini in advancing the the Drought Center of Excellence that we are building today, because it is going to rely on the partnerships and the participation of all the sectors that are going to be part of the platform. Next slide. And then in terms of just briefly looking ahead, noting the very limited time that is remaining until 2030, it is very crucial that as part of the deliberations this week, we agree on what the plan and agenda will be for these platforms going into 2030, and we have very precise and actionable agenda items that we know we are going to achieve and will propel us into even achieving greater heights. We need to also define how the modalities of the platform will work in that agenda setting to inform the continental and global platforms. It also, we are hoping that it will help in advancing the early warning for all agenda that was set. In the SADC region, we already have regional declarations on early warning, which we are supposed to ensure that everybody benefits from an early warning system by 2027, in line with the declaration by the UN Secretary General. And lastly, we are hoping that we are going to have a very precise plan on how we are going to advance the resilience building agenda. The SADC region has made incredible gains in the area of disaster preparedness and response. We even have a center that is solely responsible for that, but we now need to ensure that we also invest quite significantly in the area of resilience building. Today, this week we've been talking about drought and dealing or managing drought is part of that very crucial resilience building agenda that needs to cut across the sectors and not just look at maybe the water sector or the agriculture sector. I think at this point, Your Excellency, this is the summary of the of my presentation on the platform. I will then invite the Chief Executive Officer of the National Disaster Management Agency, Mr. Victor Mahlalela, to briefly share with us on the Eswatini Center of Excellence on Drought. Mr. Mahlalela.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Right Prime Minister, Executive Secretary to SADC, Ms. Makombo, SADC Chair, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, represented by the Minister of Tourism, present today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My take is that, Your Excellency, what has been presented by SADC, we are cascading the same to the national level. When it comes to the platforms come from the global level, continental, regional, and then to the national level. So today, as Eswatini, we are launching the national platform. This is not just a launch, but we are trying to say to the nation and to the citizens of Eswatini, we are accountable to you. This platform will ensure accountability of the National Disaster Management Agency across all its activities and across all its interventions each and every year, as we are going to make this platform active. And we will be meeting on an annual basis to ensure that we report and get feedback from the wider stakeholders. Secondly, today we are going to be launching the Center of Excellence. As you launch the Center of Excellence, Your Excellency, it's not an NDMA thing. It's not one that we will be carrying all by ourselves, but it is a collaborative effort. Over the last 2 days, we have had a conversation around drought risk management, and we have provoked discussions and deliberations in spaces that have not been touched before. As we launch the Center of Excellence, we will be working closely with the University of Eswatini to ensure that it brings the results that we expect out of it, as highlighted in the previous presentation. And we expect that the best practices, the innovations, the research, the lessons will be shared from Eswatini to the region and beyond. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the last half century,
May we play the video, please?
over the last half century, extreme droughts have increased by 233% in many regions of the world. In Eswatini, a historic drought in 2015 and 16 became a wake-up call. Governments cannot stop drought, but we can change our response to it. Over the past decade, Eswatini has transformed its approach to drought risk management, led by the National Disaster Management Agency and supported by the World Bank and regional partners. The country has built one of Africa's most comprehensive drought resilience strategies. From early warning systems that blend science and indigenous knowledge to drought contingency plans in every town, Eswatini is now a model for proactive preparedness. Today marks a new chapter in the movement to show up drought resilience in Southern Africa. As NDMA celebrates its 10th anniversary, Eswatini launches the Drought Center of Excellence, a regional hub for knowledge, collaboration, and capacity building. Already, the center is delivering on its promise, hosting trainings on drought risk assessments and early warning systems, and bringing together drought leaders from across Southern Africa to champion drought resilience building efforts throughout the region. Supported by the World Bank, the center will foster South-South knowledge exchange, develop roadmaps for resilience, and serve as a beacon for countries across the continent and beyond. Drought knows no borders, but with shared knowledge, strategic investment, and regional solidarity, we can build a future that's resilient, prepared, and hopeful.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, when I see such great work happen, I feel very honored to be from the Kingdom of Eswatini myself. At this point, I would like to call and I request respectfully, Your Excellencies, so that when we see you very nicely. that you please come down to this podium. And the colleagues, Your Excellency, even told me that this flower here was not very aesthetically pleasing in the cameras. And we have now fixed that you are going to look very, very good, and when we look at you and on our papers and on television. May I please call the Acting Deputy Prime Minister to give remarks and request His Excellency to come to the podium. Margaret Jane Mkhonta, please, you have the podium, and I will request that you also come to this stage. Please and thank you, ma'am.
I was somehow happy when I saw the others seated, because coming here I have to do a lot of adjustments. And if this was not transparent, I was going to hide forever behind the podium. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished heads of delegations, members of the Diplomatic Corps, SADC Deputy Executive Secretary, Ms. Angela Tumba Makombo, the World Bank Representative Head of Delegation, Soma Ghosh Molik, Green Environmental Fund Chief Representative, Dr. Eli Kapel, Cooperation International Water in Africa Representative, Ail Juang, development partners present, SADC member states and delegates, cabinet ministers present, honorable members of parliament, the PS's principal secretaries, head of disaster management authorities, government officials, stakeholders and key experts, NGOs, community representatives, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great privilege to address you today at this important gathering on disaster risk management. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in fruitful dialogue, reflecting on the shared responsibility we hold as nations of Southern Africa to promote resilience, sustainable development, and the well-being of our people. The Kingdom of Eswatini is honored to host the first forum which underscores the importance of cooperation beyond borders. Allow me, Chairperson, to express our sincere appreciation to the SADC Secretariat, the World Bank, our UN partners, academic and research institutions, civil society, all other stakeholders present, resilient region. Distinguished guests, they are substantial. Drought in particular remain a silent but persistent crisis. Unlike sudden onset disasters, droughts gradually erode livelihoods, undermine agriculture, strain energy and health systems, and deepen poverty, affecting the daily lives of our communities. It is therefore essential that we continue to strengthen our regional coordination, knowledge sharing, and multi-sector partnership to mitigate this risk, including engagement with communities, civil society, and the private sector, is critical to ensure that our resilience efforts are both effective and sustainable. Excellencies, we look to the future. Let us refrain from our commitment to, let us reaffirm our commitment to collaboration, innovation, and proactive action. At this moment, I take pride in inviting His Honorable His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, to deliver his keynote address. The Honorable Prime Minister is the first CEO of the NDMA, the National Disaster Management Agency. He is the cornerstone of every success of the agency. All the successes that we see and celebrate and launch today are part of his strides. So, Your Excellency, may I invite you to come and deliver your remarks.
We may be seated. Sanbonan Bebmene. Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and Acting Deputy Prime Minister, honorable members of both Houses of Parliament here in present, distinguished heads of delegations, the SADC Deputy Executive Secretary, Ms. Angelo Makombo, the World Bank representative and the head of delegation, Ms. Soma Ghosh Maulik, the Deputy Director of DRM in Madagascar, Ms. Mirana, the Green Environment Fund representative, Dr. Ulrich Appel, Cooperation in International Waters in Africa representative, Ms. Ai Jung Huang, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, NDMA Board, Chairperson, NDMA Board of Directors, the Chief Executive Officer and staff of NDMA, representatives of academia, representatives of civil society groups, community representatives, captains of industry, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great honor, humility, and pride that I welcome you today to the beautiful kingdom of Eswatini and to Ezulwini, the Valley of Heaven, for this historic occasion wherein we gather to launch the three critical initiatives: the Southern African Development Community Disaster Risk Reduction Platform, the Eswatini National Platform, and the Eswatini Drought Center of Excellence. This event reaffirms our shared commitment in building a safer, resilient, and sustainable future for our region. For the Kingdom of Eswatini, this commitment is encapsulated in our Nkwe Program of Action for the years 2024 to 2029, particularly Objective Number 4, which seeks to improve food sovereignty and sustainable development by the year 2029. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this forum is towards a resilient SADC, advancing regional collaboration and innovation for drought risk management and early warning. It speaks to the urgency of our challenge. Drought, a silent crisis that has shaped the history of our region and continues to threaten our livelihoods, economies, and ecosystems. Eswatini remembers vividly the destructive impact of the 2015 to 2016 El Nino-induced drought, when almost half of our population required humanitarian assistance, and national resources were redirected to emergency response. That experience taught us a painful but powerful lesson, that reactive approaches are too costly, both in resources and in human suffering. The estimated cost of the drought was about 3.84 billion emalangeni, which translated to approximately 19% of this country's annual budget then, and about 7% of the national gross domestic product. This was a huge impact to the national economy, and as a country, we needed to act, and act decisively towards dealing with this risk. In response, Eswatini has been transforming its approach to disaster risk management. First, the country prioritized infrastructure investment for improving water access to the Eswatini region through the Eswatini Water Supply and Sanitation Access Project, which was financed by His Majesty's government through a loan facility from the World Bank. This project did not take a linear approach to drought. This project did not take a linear approach to drought risk management, but rather a comprehensive and holistic approach. The project integrated water infrastructure, sanitation, and disaster risk management. I have been informed that most of the deliverables of the project have been met, while others are being concluded, which include, among others, the water infrastructure, the risk profiles, the drought management plans for municipalities, the Eswatini Drought Monitor, referred to as the Composite Drought Indicator Eswatini, or Eswatini CDI, and the drought policy, the National Drought Policy, a framework that integrates drought risk management into our broader development agenda, is a cornerstone of our commitment to resilience, ensuring that planning, budgeting, and implementation across sectors are informed by risk and sustainable efforts. Our efforts do not stand on their own. We are guided by global frameworks such as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which calls on us to understand risk, strengthen risk governance, invest in resilience, and build back better. We are also inspired by the 2015 Paris Agreement, which urges action to limit global warming while supporting communities to adapt to climate change. Our strategies are aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially goals number 2, 6, 13, and 15, on food security, water management, climate action, and ecosystems. While we are focused on the national agenda, we are also cognizant of the regional agenda, including the SADC Disaster Risk Management Strategy and Action Plan, which recognizes that only through collective action can we address the shared risks that transcend our borders. Today's launch of the SADC Regional Platform and the Eswatini National Platform for DRR demonstrates our shared commitment to these ambitions. These platforms will serve as spaces for dialogue, coordination, and joint action, bringing governments, communities, civil society, the private sector, academia, and development partners to co-create solutions that are regional in scope, but speaking to local realities. These platforms will act as springboard for the dissemination of information on disaster risk reduction, as well as enhancing governance within the space. We are also proud to inaugurate the Eswatini Drought Center of Excellence. This center will be a hub for research, policy support, and innovation. It will harness science and technology, such as climate modeling and early warning systems, integrating indigenous knowledge systems, citizen science that our communities have relied on for generations. And by linking science to practice, this center will ensure that decisions made in boardrooms and centers of power are informed by realities faced in our environment and our communities. The center will also increase disaster risk reduction knowledge through research and policy briefs, bridging the gap between the vulnerable population and science. I implore the University of Eswatini, the World Bank, and the SADC Secretariat to continue to work with NDMA in operationalizing the center for the benefit of the citizens of the African continent. This gathering will not have been possible without the support of the World Bank Group, who propelled the country towards viewing drought as a development initiative, not as a disaster response agenda. As a country, we are now on a trajectory of resilience building, which we are proud to share with the region. As His Majesty's government, we are proud to see that the National Disaster Management Agency is at the heart of resilience building, which other institutions locally and beyond can learn from. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the future we seek is very clear. It is a future where communities anticipate risks and respond early and appropriately. A future where regional solidarity is not only a principle, but a lived reality, ensuring that no country stands alone in the face of adversity. A future where innovation, whether in risk financing, social protection, or water management, empowers our people to withstand shocks and continue to thrive in the face of multiple hazards. Let us therefore make this gathering a defining moment. Let it be said that in Eswatini, the Valley of Heaven, in the Kingdom of Eswatini, we chose to strengthen our resolve, reinforced our partnerships, and raised our ambition. Let our legacy be that we replace isolation with collaboration, complacency with innovation, and vulnerability with resilience. I therefore challenge all of us present here today to go back home and take the first steps towards the direction of using the drought risk and resilience assessment methodology. As an African proverb reminds us, when the roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind. Let us deepen those roots together through action, unity, and commitment to resilience. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, the Drought Center of Excellence and the platforms for disaster risk reduction are officially launched. I thank you, and may the Almighty God bless us all.
Siyabonga Nkosi. Thank you, Your Excellency. And it was very clear to all of us that the cost to human suffering, particularly, is unacceptable. And today, we all choose to strengthen our resolve, and we all choose to strengthen partnerships in the fight against drought and in effective management of disaster risks. We have now come to the end of our opening ceremony, and I wish to invite the delegations that are representing permanent secretaries from SADC member states, the heads of delegations from our cooperating partners to please come and join the top table in taking a family photo. We are going to take our photo here in this very room. May I please request gentlemen to move these burners here so that we can take our photo. Thank you so much. I then request or invite the representative of permanent secretaries from SADC member states. Invite heads of delegations from our partners. Colleagues, once the high table has left the building, we'd invite you to tea outside. We are to come back at 11:15. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I was a teacher in my other life. Do you want to retake your good morning? I hope this is okay. Tech team? Awesome, thank you. Good morning. Thank you. We will have a very energetic 30 minutes, as you already can tell, right? Yes, thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Isabel Njihia, and I'm currently the Program Management Officer in charge of Risk Governance at the UNDRR Regional Office for Africa based in Nairobi. So we cater to the 44 countries, sub-Saharan Africa, and we have another office that caters to the Northern African states based in Cairo. It's a privilege really to be here today, and it's really an honor to see SADC launch the DRR platform. And I think this would be a very good match to have the Eswatini Kingdom host this event, because it's been a long time coming. I must confess that we've had this conversation with Russell many, many years ago when he was still the NDMA CEO, so we cannot overlook the noise that we made at the time, right? So moving on forward, let's go into the presentation. And first, allow me to present a case on the multi-sectoral, multi-hazard approach. I know many times we've spoken this and we've had this mentioned many times, but I cannot be blind to the fact that we need to really ramp up the conversation, especially when we have a diverse audience such as the one we have today. So we've seen global reports giving us a glimpse into the need and the business case to actually adopt a multi-hazard approach. And this we're seeing through the reports that are coming from member states. So we are seeing when we look at reports that are single hazard reports versus the actual impact that comes from disaster events, we find that the unreported multi-hazard context is what brings more fatalities and more losses, as you can see. So aside from drought, where we have very good correlation between where the reports that we're receiving or the reports that are given out and the fatalities, when you look at the losses, you also still see that there's quite a significant amount of losses that are considered insignificant in the reporting, but the losses are quite significant when you look at that. But all the rest is very clear to see, for example, on earthquakes where we have, sorry. My apologies, I am sorry, interpretation team. Je suis désolée. Yes, I speak very fast. I really apologize. Would you like me to take that again, or you're good? You're good? Awesome. I am sorry. Please keep waving a white paper in case I forget. So basically, this was what I wanted to get out of this. Like, where we have reporting on single hazard, ignoring the multi-hazard implication, or how these hazards interact with each other, we then get to see losses that we don't anticipate, and we are not able to understand the interaction of the different hazards. So that's just, a one-liner to get that out of the way. These slides, because the slides will be shared with you later, please look at this, and this is a report, a snippet of what was reported in 2024, and is contained in the Global Assessment Report. You can have access to it. The other thing I'd want to speak about is we've had and we've listened to the speeches that were made here in the morning. And raise your hand. Anyone who is confident that we have political commitment for disaster risk reduction, raise your hand. Okay, the rest of us, where are we? There's no abstaining on this one. It's either you believe we have political commitment or you don't. But I remember from when I was young, one of the professors who was in my school told us that when you commit to something, you must put your money where your mouth is, right? Did you hear that one? Or you're hearing it today? It's the first time? So now we have the political commitment. We hear it in statements. We see it in reports. But what is the data showing? Where is our money going when it comes to this commitment that we are making on disaster risk reduction? Now, reports coming from member states are also showing us, please go to the next one. Sorry. We are seeing, and this was back from 2021, we are seeing that the political commitment we are receiving or we are getting is where the money is going. Where are we investing, or how much are we investing on disaster risk reduction? Now we see that on average, and this is globally, I mean in Africa, Africa, the continent now, that the governments in Africa are spending about 4%, not spending, but planning to spend, so budgeting. They're budgeting at least 4% of the annual budget to disaster risk reduction. But of course, there are variations, as you can see on that spiral, where some countries are budgeting for way more than %. I must commend Eswatini here because they don't make decisions. They decide whether to jump off a cliff or not to, right? Whether to run into a burning house, right? Whether to run into a burning or to refrain. And we've seen the impact of trained children in Japan. If you haven't, look for it. I'm not going to tell you that story. Look for the story of the Miracle Village, and you'll acknowledge in building resilience and saving lives. But what we have, we understand that we need the whole of society is a big, big gap. We're not even going to. On the other hand, we see that we have institutions in government that have, everyone wants to keep their space. So we do not, and highlights they do at these platforms is also, of course, identifying the gaps. So, why? Because one, it doesn't need to be a straight line. It doesn't mean that because you have a local DRR platform that you cannot send a representative to the global platform or to the national or to the regional platform, okay? So these are just coordination mechanisms that exist to make sure that at the local level you have a discussion going on, at the national level you have discussion going on, but always make sure that we are having interlinkages between one and the other. So the ideal position for this would be to make sure that you understand exactly what you want to achieve through those forums. So at the REC level, let's call it at the SADC level, what we would recommend is that the REC level provides a forum where we have the peer learning. So we have, in SADC we have some countries that have very strong national platforms. Can we see those hands? How many countries have national platforms? That's Malawi, Angola. Which country is that? Madagascar. Which country? Zimbabwe, yes, Zimbabwe, yes, and Tanzania, yes. So we have some countries, oh, and Mozambique, of course, Mozambique. Yes, sorry, apologies for that. But we have national platforms that exist. Now, my second question is, how many of these national platforms are funded by government budgets? Let's go. Namibia, Mozambique, Angola, Botswana. Oh, Botswana, you have a national platform, okay. And DRC is also funded by national governments. Okay, that's interesting. I think I will relook at my data now. I'll go back to my data. Because where we see that these platforms exist, there's always a financial implication. We missed the point. But what we'd want to see is that through the SADC DRR platform, we are able to get the lessons learned and the experiences being shared across the different national platforms, of course, through the representatives. We wouldn't be able to. So we have mechanisms as well that can easily adopt or can just integrate disaster risk reduction, and we don't have to establish new platforms, as it were. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, so we have that as a gap as well. So we want to see that one, we specify, do we need to have at the table, what resources do we require, for example, for the meetings and so on, are these resources available, and so on. It's usually tokenism. I know they probably do not even understand the subject maker, and coming as an individual, not as a representative of an organization, not as a representative because they are an expert in a. Alternatively, you can engage with organizations of persons with disabilities. I'm sure there is at least 10 in every country that is in this room. in your country. Yes. And the other group that is usually very marginalized is the informal settlements. Do we need to bring informal settlement representatives to these conversations? Yes? Do we agree? Please let's nod. And the cause was coming from where? A broken pipe in the neighboring informal settlement. So it's very important to engage all of these people that are in that setup. Now, when you talk about strengthening the multi-level coordination mechanisms, especially in Africa, let me share with you some of the lessons that we have learned. One is we urgently, please go to the next slide, we urgently need to accelerate the establishment or the upgrading or the revision or for national platforms. Why national platforms? Because as much as we're talking about the regional platform, the global platform, the SADC platform, the local platform, at the end of the day, we know that member states are our bosses, right? Right, boss? Right? We know members, we established, all other organizations are established to serve member states. And at the national level is where you can get point for getting legally mandated institutions to undertake this work. That's one. Secondly, at the national level is where coordination gets its core, right? Because here we are doing it at the ministry level. We are bringing the different ministers. We easily can reach the decision makers, the ministers or decision makers who need to sign whatever it is. But we also have access to the local level. At the same time, we also can spread across borders. We can say national platform in Namibia is learning from national platform in Mozambique because you already have the technical linkages. And this is the reason why national platforms are really at the center of it. These national platforms, of course, we know they are nationally led, so they are owned by the state, such as the DRR sectoral regulations. So the national platform can be one of the instruments that you can use to make sure there's harmony in how every sector reduction. Of course, there are a lot of resources that are made available for you as you undertake the work on national platforms, but also we remain at your beck and call as much as we can to leverage initiatives. And here I'll just mention the early warning for all initiative, for example, where there's specific calls for integration or coordination across different ministries, across different units. But we see that most of these initiatives, including the Making Cities Resilient 2030 initiative, we see that the biggest problem is, one, the institutions that are given the different mandates either do the technical work or they do not have a good communication, they don't have a good coordination with the other critical units. So it really just hampers these opportunities and you're not able to take advantage of this work that can really advance the efforts that are going on in the country. Next slide, please. So we're not saying that it's all doom and gloom. I know we've read the GAR and we've seen investment and more this and more that. It doesn't mean that nothing is happening. We have some areas where things are working in Africa. For example, we know that legislation exists. At least over 25 countries in Africa have DRM acts or policies, or however there's a catch, where some of them they either are outdated, so they're referring to disaster. What did you used to call it? Natural disasters. Yes, and it's very response oriented still. So there is need to kind of revise those, but also the reinforcement or the implementation of these acts. Is this something we can consider? I want to deal with them. Who says no? So we all say yes. We all say yes? Let me hear. So we will invite a representative from each ministry, right? Now, I want to add a caveat to this invitation. The composition of the national platforms should not be tagged to an individual. Okay, let's go slowly. It should not be an individual. It should be the institution. However, I highly recommend that you get, as you're setting up the list of members, that you get the nomination done by the higher level. So maybe the letter can go to the minister or to whoever is making a decision in that ministry to nominate for you, who is convening the national platform, the member who will represent that ministry. Are we working together so far? Right? And as you ask for this focal point, also ask for an alternative. Why are we doing this? We have seen in practice where national platforms, yes, they have representation from different ministries, but these people come as individuals. So anything that comes to the office goes directly to this person. It's a good thing because then there's someone receiving it. However, there is no accountability. So whatever is discussed in the national platform, it never gets fed back into the work of the ministry. Because I came as an individual. Who am I to go and tell the minister, now you need to set aside money for disaster risk reduction, for example, or for a training, you see? But when the decision is made systematically and follows the structure in that way, it becomes more sustainable and there is some level of accountability. Then the second thing is the whole of society composition. Now here I will not tell you to invite all the CSOs and all the NGOs so you can relax. However, I will advise that you bring at least one representative per major group. So for example, if you decide to use the UN system, for example, as a guide, we have 9 major groups. So you can decide to ask the consortium on CSOs, because these exist, to identify for you who can represent the CSOs at the national platform for the next 1 year or for the next 2 years. Do the same for the organizations of persons with disabilities, at the private sector, and so on and so forth. So deal with them as a network, not as an organization. Are we together? We are working together. So far, so good, right? So that means you'll have to have a stakeholder mapping. Look at who is in the country, who is an organization of persons with disability, right? See what coordination mechanisms already exist in the academe, in the research institutions. You know, even in parliament, they have caucuses, but do not target an individual. Target an institutional kind of set, like a coordination setup that already exists. This makes it easier and more, the accountability level also is higher in that sense. Then the other thing would be, so we have the national platform. At this point, how many do you think you have on your list? Can you do a rough estimate and give me a number? If you're to bring one person from every ministry, and you've brought one person from every major group, how many do you have so far? Give me a hypothetical number. Just shout, I'll hear you. 35? 20? 20, okay. 40? No, the number, this side is awfully quiet. 25, okay. Botswana? How many do you have? Oh, the Botswana has gone, okay. DRC, how many do you have?
C'est 52.
52. Okay, 52, yes. I was actually expecting a number between 50 and 70. How workable is it? Yes, Robert, that's what it comes to in most countries. How workable is it to have a meeting that is productive of 70 people? It's not, right? Yes. But you will at least have maybe 1 or 2 in the year. It can be just 1 or 2 in the year of the bigger platform. But to make the work possible, you then can establish subgroups. You can call them technical working groups. You can call them, I don't know. What is the other word that you use? Sectoral. I've seen some countries using sectoral working groups, which I'm not sure how that works very well. But the subgroups then would focus on specific topics, not on sectors, but on specific topics. So you can have a subgroup that's looking at data, a subgroup that's looking at DRM legislation and policy landscape, a subgroup on, other issues in that sense. just that you have people, a few people who can already dig into that area. Now, the subgroup doesn't necessarily have to be a subset, a complete subset of the national platform. What I'm saying is that the total number of people who sit in the subgroups don't have to all be members of the national platform. The subgroup can co-opt people. So in essence, you can adopt existing mechanisms as subgroups to the national platform. For example, there are already sectoral groupings. For example, in health, you'll find that there's already a coordination mechanism in health, right? Get someone, because you'll already have someone in the Ministry of Health. So get the person who's representing health and a few other people to also join that health coordination mechanism and now bring that linkage directly to the national platform. Where there are issues relating to national attention and disaster risk reduction, then you can just pull them up from those coordination mechanisms. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is where these don't exist, then you can set them up as technical working groups to the national platform, again, with specific terms of reference. So if they are not, if of course we don't want to really have a very big national platform as well. So keep the national platform as lean as possible, but as inclusive as possible at the same time. But then have the technical working groups with clear mandates on what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to, who's supposed to sit in them, right? And also the nomination process, so that you are very clear on who to follow up with and to have that continuity going on. And then, of course, we've mentioned that at the national platform, this is the place where we want to also connect with the local level. So here at the national platform, we'll also have in the mandate and the things that we want to do, we have to be very specific on how we're going to connect with the sub-national and local, whatever that form looks like. I know in Mauritius, you have the local DRM, Local Emergency Operation Commands. Yes. Yes, you have the managers and you have the centers already. In Seychelles, you have some coordination with districts. There's some coordination with districts. South Africa has a very elaborate system. Tanzania as well. Zimbabwe is, local government is the one who's leading DRR, so it's kind of my favorite in that sense. But yes, so we have to be very clear on how we're going to make sure that the strategies, the policies at national level are also translated. So if it means identifying, specific activities for the person who's representing, for example, the planning ministry, that you in planning, you have to go and, I don't know, I can't even think of an activity right now, but you get the gist. So that's what we're looking at here. And then, of course, you have to agree on how often would these platforms be meeting. Is it quarterly? Is it monthly? I know in Ethiopia they meet monthly. Where are these meetings going to be hosted? Who is going to convene them? Is it the NDMA? Is it the minister in charge of disaster risk reduction? Who is going to lead or to call these meetings? And where are they going to meet? And of course then, and this is very important, when it comes to measuring for making progress, we say that anything that is not measured cannot be accomplished. Can you accomplish something you're not measuring? Even when you're on a journey, you have to say, I'm walking 2 kilometers, I've now walked 1 kilometer, I've walked half a kilometer. And to do that, that means we need to have an action plan. You can call it a strategy, you can call it a work plan, you can call it, but it needs to be a plan that's specifying the activities that you want to undertake, what the outputs are going to be, what outcomes you're looking for, and how you're going to measure the success. So whether you're going to use indicators or you want to call them means of verification, that is not really a problem. But the idea is to have a document that says this is what the national platform is aiming to accomplish in the next 1 to 5 years, right? And of course, because you have a plan, you need to report on progress. So give us a report. So you can decide to do an annual report every 2 years and so on. But the best thing would be to synchronize this with the national budgeting cycles. Next slide, please. So we will share with you, and this I'll just leave in the presentation and you'll have a look at it. We've mapped out what the national platforms, the local platforms. For the NPDDR, you can put whatever. You can put national, you can swap it with national, local, regional, whatever you want to swap there. And these are just indicative activities. So I know some of the questions that are already in your head are, how do I even come up with activities for this national platform? How do I come up with this mandate? You already have the map in the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. I've taken a step ahead and tried to analyze what gaps we have in the continent and what would be specifically relevant for the SADC region. And this would need, to take it further, it would need really one-on-one conversations with the countries to adapt the activities that you need to highlight, to prioritize in a different context in that sense. But you will have some guidance in terms of what can the national platform to advance, activities that are mentioned in each of the 4 priorities of the Sendai framework, and also how to make sure that the 7 targets are moving. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there's now a way. Of course, we have the 7 targets of the Sendai framework that measure the progress, the implementation progress of it, right? And these reports are, the progress is reported by the member states every year. So every year we receive information, or this information is uploaded on the Sendai Framework Monitor. And there are some indicators that the reporting is lagging a little bit because of the number of contributors. So the people, the Sendai Framework Monitor focal points in the countries do not have access to some of the offices that would be giving this information. And I think this is one of the gaps that really the national platform can come in so quick to fill. Because if you have everybody in the room, it's just a matter of asking who has this data, and having that uploaded. So when you look at the 7 targets, you're able to also see some of the indicators you can adapt in your activity plan or in your action plan as the national platform on what you want to do, to push for, to promote, to accelerate, all those nice words when it comes to log frame development. But yes. So finally, as a takeaway, I want to propose, and this is, Nana is here in the room, I want to propose then that we agree on the next steps. Please go to the next slide. Can we agree on the next steps to accelerate this conversation? My desire would be to support the strengthening of the national platforms as we work on the terms of reference for the SADC DRR platform, because the SADC DRR platform really will exist to support the DRR platforms that already exist. It will be very difficult for us to start from scratch where they don't exist and have a uniform report. I'm sure Nana will not be very happy to give a report of how many countries do you have? 21? You have 21 countries in SADC? 16. I am adding you another 5. Imagine if you had to give a report on national platforms, and out of your 16 countries, only 9 have national platforms. How would that look? Nice, right? Would it be good? Now, if you don't talk to me, the longer you don't talk to me, the longer we stay here. Okay, so one of the things is and maybe even over lunchtime, if you can come up to me or Adair or even to Nana and just indicate what is quick to do for you in the next coming months. Then we can see how to plug you into the ongoing processes at the regional level and see if we can help you accelerate that process. So first is, of course, the legal mandate. Check that you have a legal mandate for your national platform. Where that doesn't exist, outline what that would look like in your country to have this established. And of course, where the TORs exist and you would like to revise them, take a note of that. Where they don't exist, let us know if you want to start developing them and how your timelines would look like. And then, of course, when it comes to all of government alignment, these are conversations that you can have in country, but also feel free to reach out to us on this. Now, we've mentioned, or I started by saying that we have political commitment, but where the money is going is not following the political commitment. The political commitment is going this way, but the money is going out of the room. And the national platform can actually play a role. Now we see more and more countries adopting the budget tagging methodology to track where money is going and to already tag this money in the financial systems. So in your budget, you already can tell that this money was set aside for DRM and you follow it to where it ends up. Meaning then that this becomes so easy to even mainstream DRR because the activities will have to follow the money. They don't have a choice, right? And of course, the conversations that come out of that when the national platform analyzes, it's so hot in here, analyzes the reports that are coming, the financial budgets, then you then can advise on where the money needs to be ramped up or redirected and so on. We will appeal to you to also do a mapping of all the initiatives that you have in country so that you don't replicate the coordination mechanisms. I know the coordination mechanisms exist, but for those countries that don't yet have a DRM platform, before you establish one, please look and be sure that none of the existing coordination mechanisms can serve this purpose. Where they exist, then we can see how to just add disaster risk reduction to their mandate and have that already keep going in that sense. And yes, so I have also listed some of the possible outputs in the next maybe 12 months. So hopefully by the time you're having the next DRR platform meeting, we'll be having a different, SADC. The next SADC DRR platform meeting, or the first SADC DRR platform meeting, will have a different discussion where we'll be talking about, all SADC countries have DRR platforms in place, they have terms of reference, all these things will have been done. And it will be really good and very easy to take forward all the other initiatives. So I'd like to end here, and I'm very sorry for the time, but I think I will hand this over back to Beleza. Thank you, and I will leave you also with a QR code for a survey that is ongoing on drought, and this is targeted at the NDMOs or NDMAs. Thank you very much. So you can just scan that and fill it out during lunch. For more information or to get in touch with us, please contact us through our email address. Thank you very much.
I'll just allow 5 more minutes if any of you wants to interact with her. Have any question, comments, and
along with it goes our national disaster risk reduction. Along with it goes our national disaster risk reduction and management national policy, strategic framework, and action plan, whereby 389 actions, recommendations of a standard framework have been regrouped, and this has been sent to all the various ministries and organizations of whom they fall the mandates. And periodically we have regular reviews on how we are faring up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Praveen. Thank you very much, Mauritius. And yes, just to add, I think one of the most recent best practices I've come across is there's a municipality in Mauritius, the municipality of Bobazinros Hill, that went ahead and ratified the national strategy to contextualize it to the local level, developed it with an action plan with specific actions in that context. And a year after the launch of that strategy, they have already published a report on the implementation of that strategy. Do they deserve a hand clap?
DRC? Yes, DRC.
Merci beaucoup pour... J'étais en train de vous remercier pour votre brillante présentation qui nous encourage. Pour ce qui est de la RDC, je crois que l'information que je vais donner, c'est que la plateforme a existé depuis 2016, mais plus tard, elle a connu des problèmes. Elle a connu des problèmes parce que les activités étaient tombées en veilleuse. Et quand quelque chose tombe en veilleuse, pour reprendre la vie, il faut une certaine mise à jour, il faut une certaine réactualisation. C'est dans ce cadre-là qu'il a été signé un accord entre la direction de la protection civile de la RDC, qui a en charge la gestion des catastrophes, avec le consortium Programme alimentaire mondial, la FAO et la Fédération internationale de la Croix-Rouge. Il y a eu un accord effectivement qui a comme objectif principal la relance des activités de la plateforme. Et au moment où je suis en train de vous parler, il va y avoir un grand atelier sur la politique nationale de la gestion des risques de catastrophes qui va pouvoir avoir lieu du 23 au 25 septembre ici, parce qu'il est prévu dans la politique la question de la relance des activités de cette plateforme nationale. Et d'ailleurs, pour votre information, l'INDR est parmi les partenaires qui sont en train de nous accompagner dans ce processus-là, notamment avec votre collègue que vous connaissez bien, M. Machaouri, qui doit arriver à Kinshasa le dimanche ici pour essayer de nous accompagner. Donc, c'est un processus qui est déjà en développement en RDC, avec une plateforme qui regroupe plus de 52 institutions, compris aussi les organisations de la société civile et les autres partenaires techniques et financiers. Voilà l'information que je tenais à vous donner par rapport à toute cette question de la plateforme. Et merci beaucoup.
Thank you, sir. If I can take this opportunity to ask that please invite the provincial administration of South Kivu and, if possible, the city of Bukavu. They have a good example to share with the national platform that you'll be happy with. Thank you.
Ils sont invités parce qu'à l'occasion de cet atelier, c'est un atelier qui a invité plus ou moins 239 personnes, 239 institutions, partenaires techniques financiers, organisations de la société civile, avec les délégués des provinces, parce que nous estimons que tout ce que vous venez de dire là, notre plateforme a comme ambition de l'aligner après le niveau national. Nous allons pouvoir descendre dans des provinces pour qu'on puisse aussi implanter les mêmes plateformes au niveau local et au niveau provincial. Voilà pourquoi nous avons invité beaucoup plus de personnes, parce qu'il y a notamment le projet avec le consortium porte sur trois principales provinces, notamment le Sud Kivu, le Nord Kivu et le Tanganyika. Donc les délégués des provinces aussi, ils sont au total 28 qui viendront des provinces pour participer à cet atelier du 23 au 25. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. I think Angola.
Bom dia a todos presentes. Nós, depois, primeiro, antes de mais, gostaria de felicitar a Isabel. Portanto, teve uma apresentação muito boa e muito efusiva. E, por acaso, não nos deixou mesmo dormir, ou seja, quem estava com sono aqui perdeu o sono. Pronto, nós também gostaríamos de partilhar uma experiência que entendermos ser boa, porque o que a Isabel esteve a explicar, dos muitos desafios que os países têm, também temos muitos desafios relacionados à plataforma nacional, mas temos pontos bons e positivos que queríamos partilhar. O primeiro é, Angola tem uma plataforma que é criada por via de uma lei. É que esta plataforma está dividida em 3 estruturas. A primeira estrutura, que chamamos de Conselho Nacional, em que o Presidente da República é quem coordena. E dela fazem parte todos os ministros que o país possui. Este nível é o nível mais político. Normalmente reúne quando a situação é muito grave e que exige, por exemplo, o país declarar um estado de calamidade, nestes casos, ou quando estamos em uma situação tão grave e que se exige um pedido de apoio internacional. ou então reúne para discutir assuntos que demandam de identificação de verbas que é muito avultada, um volume de verbas muito avultado, ou dinheiro muito avultado para atender uma situação de calamidade. A outra estrutura, a segunda parte da estrutura, que é o segundo nível, que é a Comissão Nacional de Proteção Civil, que aqui é coordenada por um ministro de Estado, reúne 3 vezes ao ano e delas fazem parte, não todos os ministros, fazem parte dela os principais ministros que intervêm em situação de calamidade ou desastre. Esta estrutura também reúne, para além dos 3 vezes ao ano, quando necessário, reúne também para discutir assuntos relacionados à gestão de riscos de desastres. Esta estrutura é a estrutura de assessoria técnica ao nível político. Depois tem uma terceira estrutura, na linha vertical, que é o Secretariado Executivo da Comissão Nacional. Este é o nível técnico, é um grupo técnico que fazem parte todos os diretores nacionais dos ministérios que também fazem parte da Comissão Nacional, ou seja, do segundo nível. Estes reúnem pelo menos 5 a 6 vezes ao ano. São eles que preparam toda a documentação da plataforma para se discutirem a nível do segundo nível e a nível do primeiro nível. E para facilitar esse trabalho, quem coordena esse terceiro nível é o Comandante Nacional do Serviço de Proteção Civil, por ser um órgão que trabalha nessas matérias de gestão de risco de desastre. Todos esses elementos que estou aqui a comentar-vos está legislado, tem um instrumento legal que regula esta plataforma ou estas estruturas todas. No mesmo sentido, ela funciona a nível das províncias. Nas províncias também a mesma plataforma existe. Quem coordena essas plataformas a nível das províncias são os governadores destas províncias. Também têm reuniões ordinárias antes ou durante um evento específico que possa ocorrer e pôr em causa a situação da mesma província. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Do the different committees have a work plan? At the beginning of the year, before, do they have a work plan?
Sim, tem, porque as reuniões são ordinárias, estão marcadas. Então tem que ter um plano de trabalho que é apresentado. Entretanto, também é importante informar que apesar de parecer muito bonita esta estrutura, também temos desafios. Não é muito fácil, não tem sido muito fácil. Do ponto de vista de estrutura e reuniões e trabalho tem sido bom, mas também encontramos muitos desafios relacionados a financiamento, a realizações de grandes discussões que às vezes implica discussões entre diferentes instituições que, portanto, para dirimir precisa de levar tempo. Temos muitos desafios também, mas dizer que, de forma geral, ela funciona muito bem, está bem estruturada, tem documentos que regem esta organização, tem plano de trabalho anual, está muito bem organizada.
Ok, eu acho que Angola pode continuar a conversar com Isabel num fórum que estamos aqui, mas muito obrigado, Angola, pelas contribuições. Moving forward, let me take this opportunity to introduce to our very first panel discussion of the day, which will be on the role of a Center of Excellence in bringing science, policy, and practice. So for that, I would like to invite the moderator, which is Mr. Nathan from World Bank. And as he comes, I'm inviting Our panelists for the day, for this panel, which is Eswatini, NDMA, Malawi, Dodoma, Malawi, University of Eswatini, NDMC, and USA. Can you please take your seats, and I'll hand over to Nathan.
Greetings, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. As my esteemed panelists are going to be making their way up to the stage, I'll ask that our technician cue the video. We have a video to show you to kick off the discussion.
So firstly, we were looking at issues of drought in Eswatini and how we can express that through art. And by doing so, we started by just creating questionnaires about what upsets each student about drought. And we had fantastic answers. Each student was able to share their thoughts on what they think about drought in Eswatini. We have 30 students, so in order to create artworks which speak to issues of drought, which speaks to issues of clean environments and why we need them, we then thought we would create a large mural, but subdividing it into individual canvases. As you can see, each one of them working on their own canvas, but each piece then creates a full art mural. So there's one which speaks on drought, and then one which showcases the type of clean, lush environment we like in Eswatini. We started with making these conservation flags. So the conservation flags, just like today, will be identifying an area in the school where we want to protect it as a protected nature conservation area.
I am a wetland. I am a wetland, a treasure of grace. In the heart of Eswatini, my sacred space, a jewel so rare, with beauty quite grand, vital for life, my riches at hand.
So what I have here are seed bombs. Seed bombs have seeds inside them, so that when you see an area, you just throw them. Then when it rains, the plants which are in the seeds will grow, conserving them.
So with the maize stalks, we were mostly trying to bring awareness to the students and the public about indigenous maize seeds conservation. We hope to make sure that we are drought ready and making sure that our environment is conserved.
Eswatini Drought Center of Excellence.
Okay. So, take a look around the room. You'll see the art here from these wonderful students who participated in this pilot program to really bring drought and art together. It's something we want to help sustain and something to continue. And we hope and imagine that the Center of Excellence will do this as one of the many things it does, is bridge community through art and resilience. So right here we have the artwork, the murals. Behind you are the maize stalks, the indigenous maize stalks. And throughout the event and the venue, you'll see some other pieces of the artwork. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring these wonderful students here today, although they really wanted to come. But hopefully at some point you'll interact with them in the future. But I think this is really a good start to this panel because it shows the type of thing that a Center of Excellence can do through creativity, bridging science, art, bringing in science and indigenous knowledge, and so on. So I should introduce myself first. My name's Nate Engel. I'm a Senior Water Resources Management Specialist with the World Bank. I've been on the journey with the Kingdom of Eswatini to get to this point of the Drought Center of Excellence launch for about 7 years now. It's been an exciting journey, and I'm excited that the Prime Minister was able to officially launch the center today. However, it takes continued effort to sustain something like this and to place it into operation and really make sure that the center is anchored and continues in perpetuity. So our panel today will focus on that, learning lessons, hearing about the vision for the future, what plans are in place, and how we can take lessons from around the region and the world for operationalizing this Center of Excellence. So let me please introduce the panelists. We first have Siboniso Mavuso from the National Disaster Management Agency. We have Mtobisi Masilela from the University of Eswatini, or UNESWA. We also have Fawupi Mwafongo, who's a Deputy Director for Response at the Department of Disaster Management Affairs from the Government of Malawi. Welcome. Last but not least, we have Dr. Mark Svoboda, who's the Director of the National Drought Mitigation Center in Lincoln, Nebraska, United States. So let me start with you, Siboniso. From the National Disaster Management Agency, we've already seen over the last couple of hours this Center of Excellence being launched. We saw examples of how it was already being placed into action with the training of the drought champions the previous 2 days on Monday and Tuesday here in this very room. What is NDMA planning to do to keep this momentum that we are seeing over the past few days and the lead up to this over the previous years and now over the coming weeks and months?
we want to change that narrative to make sure that our response, our early warning, they are driven by the locals as well. So this will be a hub where all the information will it will converge. It will also empower a lot of the communities where we want to spread the knowledge on risk, not now to then only look at response each and every year. As we know that research have told us that focusing on response, we end up spending more than what we would have spent if we then prioritized maybe some issues of early warning, of capacity building, of building the local knowledge. And as NDMA and as Eswatini, we've earmarked the University of Eswatini to be to host that center of excellence, where we also want to assist in ensuring that most of climate interventions, climate discussions, they are embedded also in most of the curriculum. So this is a start which we also look to learn from many countries also that have tried to implement this, and to say that we can, as a country, be really establish this center of excellence. Thank you, Nate.
Thank you, Siboniso. So I'm glad you mentioned the University of Eswatini, because that goes next to my question to Mtobisi. Today is not the high water mark. This is just one step on the journey, right? There's a lot more to do. There's great expectation and ambition. So what is the role of UNESWA and the university taking this agenda forward?
Thank you, Nate, and good afternoon to esteemed guests and participants. It's a little bit audacious to stand and represent the academic community in such a gathering, particularly because the perception often is that the academia has got the solutions to all, or rather most of the problems that we have, and the expectation is that we should come with those solutions and present them here. And but the reality is that the academia is a little more than, it's actually a little or much more less than that. What sets them apart is that it's just a community that has got the skill and the knowledge to only collect the hearsay, collect the gossip, collect the observations, come sit here and observe all of you do what you do. The only thing that sets them apart is then they sit and they try to transform these observations and all that into systematic and scientific information, which is then carefully packaged, and we come back, present it back to you here, and you are expected to give resounding applauses to what we are presenting to you, and of course based on the very information that we get from you. And with that, I'm already trying to put the context, or to put the institution or academic community to the context of such a center. So as we are launching the Center of Excellence here in Eswatini, there's some founding pillars that formulate this center. They may have not been presented already, but I'll give you a preview of those that will assist us to see where the academic community, which is the University of Eswatini, and perhaps others that would be cooperating with the center, what contributions that they will be bringing into operationalizing this esteemed center. So colleagues, one of the founding pillars is research and innovation. So the center wants to anchor itself around research and innovation, and of course, needless to say that the focus is mainly drought. And so as an institution, and based on the preface that I've given, we already place ourselves as an institution that will be able to support the research and innovation. So we'll be going into the communities, sitting with the elderly, with the indigenous knowledge systems as presented yesterday, And we will be able, as the university or academia, to now give the scientific context of all those systems and bring them so that they resonate with both the modern systems as well as where our indigenous knowledge systems come from. So that is the first pillar through which the university is going to assist in operationalizing the center. The center is also anchored around education and capacity building. So we envisage that the center should be able to offer some learning programs, some capacity in drought resilience and drought management, amongst others, in the form of short courses, seminars, and all the like. So an institution such as the University of Eswatini is actually in the center of such offerings. The other pillar is policy and technical advisory. Of course, out of the research work that would be that the university will take part from, it will come presented in such forums. You will take the presentations, and we trust that you will trust what we give you, and you will take it to your respective ministries and departments such that they inform your policy and development agendas. And the other pillar now is outreach and partnerships, colleagues. This is just one example of a forum or gathering where the issue of outreach and partnerships is concerned. So the university, through the center, will actively engage in such to share all this, the resources that we have already listed above. With that, I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, M2BC. I'm glad you laid out a little more clearly what the frameworks will be and the pillars for the center. I may come back and dig a little deeper into one or two of those, but let me turn to you, Mr. Mfongo. I understand that you are helping to run, or Malawi has a center of DRM, a Center of Excellence, a Climate and DRM, Disaster Risk Management Center of Excellence, that is a little bit further ahead maybe than where Eswatini is with the Drought Center of Excellence. What are some of the lessons that you might be able to bring and give to Eswatini and colleagues here as they get their Center of Excellence a little bit more off the ground? Specifically, what are the lessons of using it as a hub to support other SADC countries in the region?
Yeah, thanks so much, Nathan, and greetings, colleagues. As Malawi, we are not very special. We've been on this journey for some time. You know, we are prone to so many disasters, and as Nathan indicated, this has been a long journey. So we started in 2015 or 16 thereabout. We had a major floods, and followed by some drought in 2016. Working with the World Bank, we had a recovery project, and one of the components from that recovery project was that we worked with the university to establish a Center of Excellence. So there is the Malawi University of Science and Technology, where we started this initiative with. Of course, it has been still been a long trip. Some strides have been made, but still more. We haven't, would say we don't have like a fully-fledged sort of, but still more we have a lot of things which we can share. So as a country, even with our policy, one of the priority areas is that we take research, innovation and technology as very critical in informing decision making or in building a culture of safety, but also resilience. So we have a memorandum of understanding with the university, and some of the activities that they are doing, just like the University of Eswatini, is that already they are providing disaster risk management courses at tertiary level, both at bachelor's level. Now they have also introduced the same at master's level. We are also working hand in hand with the university in terms of research. So many policy briefs to inform our decision making, but also we they are also doing some placements by students, which we are also facilitating as government. So once the students go into the university at third year, as a department, we do write to various organizations seeking placements for these students so that they can also practice and then finish their 4-year courses with. So there have been a lot of lessons. One critical lesson is the issue of, I think, financing, that funding is critical, and why maybe we have stalled is that the resources haven't been forthcoming to establish a fully fledged. Because initially our the desire was that this should be a complete offshoot of the university, so that it's manned by a separate manager, like for the center, and then currently it's the same teaching staff for the university that are also running most of the activities that are supposed to be run by the center. But the ambition is that it should be a fully fledged offshoot of the university, a little bit semi-independent, financing on itself, and then having its own staffing and the like. But that's not the current issue. But already there are a lot of fruits from this interaction and collaboration with the academia, as I've indicated. We have seen that a lot of discourse or engagement at national level as well as at subnational level being informed by the research and the thought of the provoking discussions that the academia and the research institutions are bringing in the DRM spectrum or space, which by the end of the day is also triggering us to sort of change the way we have been doing things now from a more informed sort of perspective than before. So that's what I can share for now. Thank you.
Keep the mic, because I want to ask you another question, if that's okay. So you said it's been since 2015, 2016. You've learned a lot, I'm sure. And I think that there's an opportunity for lessons, especially around the governance and how the institutions and the relationships get set up between the government and the university. You mentioned MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and so on. What is the main lesson that you would give to your colleagues in Eswatini for maybe helping them navigate a little more smoothly some of the bumps you faced? What is the one takeaway you would give to them?
Yeah, I think a key takeaway is the collaboration, bringing on board the academia. I think from our experience at first, they were just a by the way, sort of, to say, then you remember the academia, let's invite them. But now we have, even in our own structures, the academia is part and parcel of that. Then what we have done, we have a new legislation, the Disaster Risk Management Act 2023. Even the composition of the national committee, one of the members or the qualifications has to be drawn from the academia. So it's a 5-member national committee. There has to be one representative from the academia, the private sector, the civil society, and maybe others representing some other vulnerable groups and the like. And then the government departments are just ex officio. So already you can see we are placing the academia into the DRM structures as part and parcel, not just like in terms of consultation, but they are also part and parcel of the main national committee.
Yeah, thank you. So integrated from the beginning.
Yes.
I can predict a theme that's coming up here because I can go into my next panelist, Mark. You started with colleagues the National Drought Mitigation Center in Nebraska in the United States many years ago. I think it was, dare I say, it's probably the first center of excellence on drought. Is that correct, probably? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's correct.
So you have I think you have a lot of experience to offer of working with other countries around the world to help establish other centers of excellence, stand them up. Can you describe some of that, and maybe even building on some of the themes that were discussed? I know you come from an academic institution. What are your thoughts and lessons that you can take from all of that experience? And then also specifically, I think it would be great to tell a little bit of the story of how you've been involved with Eswatini.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. So it's been a 30-year journey since the center started. I had the privilege privilege of starting with the Drought Center day one in 1995. And it was obvious from the beginning that there was a global need. So we ended up taking a more applied approach, I would say, working hand in hand with many countries. We have now worked with over 100 countries in our 30 years. And so we've been able to really learn from them and then help convey that. But more importantly, it's helped us, I think, build networks of the peer-to-peer, like what we're seeing here. This is a great example. I see the same thing in working with regional networks in the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia and South America for that matter. So there's a lot of commonalities that we've seen, but I think it started with, again, being not just a traditional research think tank sort of group. It was taking not just theory but into practice. So working with countries directly, working through the World Bank, but also through the United Nations groups, the UNCCD, FAO, WMO, and now what's called the Integrated Drought Management Program, which is a partnership that came out of a high-level meeting on national drought policy in Geneva in 2013. The IDMP was founded and is co-managed by the World Meteorological Organization and the Global Water Partnership in Stockholm. So they have a group, a community. We have this community, but where I'm going with all this is I think what that group did, the IDMP, was distill really from the mission of the Drought Center from 20 years prior, what they called the 3 pillars. That came from Dr. Wilhite, who's world-renowned in drought work, going back 40, 50 years, who's now retired, but was my mentor. The 3 pillars were born out of that, and what that did is it brought everyone onto the same page. Drought has hundreds of definitions, hundreds of meanings to, if we took a poll here in this room, we'd have 100 definitions, I bet. So the 3 pillars brought us all into the same language of how do we deal with this from a monitoring and early warning standpoint? How do we deal with it from a risk and vulnerability standpoint? And then how do we take that and translate that science into policy and decision making? And so we've really focused on all 3 pillars. And I think what's gratifying to see, having been a part of the Eswatini journey since, for me, 6 years, or a little over 6 years, is all the things we've been talking about that are a recipe for success, because nothing is prescribed. It's organic in each of your countries and regional entities. The way this ends up coming to fruition is going to be different in every case, and that's totally fine. But what I'd see as an underlying constant was collaboration, sharing credit and attribution, and humility. So I think that right away I knew it was going to work here. I thought it might take some time, but I knew it would work because we heard the speakers earlier today talk about agencies taking leads, but it also took vision from champions within the agency. And so working closely with the now Prime Minister, then the CEO of NDMA, Eric Saima, good friend, good colleague, and the whole team at NDMA, we had a lot of back and forth. This just didn't happen overnight. There's a lot of work that team did, and they deserve a lot of credit for getting it where we are today. So it took dedication, but it also took that political will and commitment. Microcosm, what is the most gratifying part of my job working with countries is having them take that ownership and then take it across the finish line. There aren't too many of these that are launched in this manner yet. I mean, I think there's more now. Typically the issue there is many of you wear many hats. You're not just drought, oftentimes. Some of you might be. I don't know all of you. But in the case of NDMA, who's dealing with all disasters, this gave it more credence to have this drought center of excellence that we know hopefully this will help sustain that, and it won't just become buried in another part of a multi-hazard approach. So I understand that's where many of you come from, and you have to deal with many, many hazards, not just drought. and that's okay. It doesn't have to just be a standalone effort, but to see it come through like this, I can tell you there's only a couple centers like this right now in the world focused at the country level. So very, very gratifying and honored to be here.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to let them off the hot seat for a second and turn to you all to see if there's any do you have any questions, any points you would like to make, reflections? If you have a question, you'll be back on the hot seat, sorry. But any clarifying questions or anything you would like the panelists to elaborate upon? But also, it'd be great to hear from the rest of the SADC member states where you see the priorities and the needs for something like this from the Center of Excellence as it takes the next steps in its journey. Hello, yes, colleague from Namibia, please.
Thank you, and thank you so much to the panelists for sharing very insightful information with us. I am particularly interested, and as you were speaking, Ms. Helen and myself, we were discussing here amongst each other as to how we can reel in our university in Namibia to partner with them, and to also, in some way, we have to first of all ensure that there is a mechanism at the university through which we can ensure that we do the research, we empower them to work with us during, especially in the early warning stages, so that we collect the data that will enable us to identify these hazards at the earliest possible time, and also to engage the community at all levels, because our risk national risk framework provides for national level, regional, community level. So to get them involved, to educate the community members on how to survive and thrive through the disasters, because we have multiple disasters. It's droughts is of course the most prominent and most frequent one, but with very, very devastating consequences, and we remain reactionary. And we also, sometimes we will have drought and flood following each other immediately within the span of days. So it is quite interesting how you have, as the academia, how you have referred to the universities becoming involved. In Namibia, we do not have the University of Namibia involved in our disaster risk initiatives. I don't want to say at all, but I almost want to say at all at this point in time. And there is a great need for us to have them involved. Also, we have a University of Science and Technology, which we also believe should become more actively involved in the processes. But I really just wanted to thank you, and I would love to have a further discussion with any one of you on how we can ensure that through an MOU between the National Committee and the universities, we come up with something that is all-inclusive, and we are a small population, so we can cover each other quickly, but unfortunately we do not. So we would like to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I see another hand up, and I just want to ask also then, I'm going to turn to the panel for answering that. But the Center of Excellence, hopefully, I think it's envisioned, while there isn't just one way to cook the cake, as you said, Mark, with the recipes. I think the Center of Excellence would do things like maybe sharing draft MOUs, right? So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. They've gone through it before. This is the idea, is that information would become, available, hopefully. Yes, please. Can you please state your name?
My name is Kai. I work with UNDP based in Nairobi, Brazilian Hub for Africa. Quite a very fascinating discussion going on. And my key focus is really on the Eswatini Center of Excellence. We've seen across Africa, drought centers tend to compete with their disaster management counterparts. And at times they have to merge them because it becomes problematic. How are you approaching this? Yeah, just that perspective would be very helpful for us.
Thank you, Kai. Okay, I'll take one more question and then we'll turn it back to the panel. Yes, the colleague from the Democratic Republic of Congo, please.
Merci encore une fois de plus pour la parole que vous m'accordez. J'en profite aussi pour remercier tous les États membres qui ont déjà développé ce centre d'excellence. J'avais une petite question d'éclaircissement en rapport avec l'organisation des centres. Est-ce qu'on peut en savoir un peu plus? Comment est-ce que ces centres-là sont organisés dans les pays où ils fonctionnent déjà? Donc je vais juste avoir des éclaircissements sur le plan organisationnel. Merci.
Thank you. That's a very targeted and I think direct question. So let's start with that. So maybe I'll turn to Mr. Mfongo. Do you have any feedback on how it's, since it's probably the most established one represented here, how this is organized within the country?
Yes, thank you so much. So for us, it's one of the universities, as I indicated, the Malawi University of Science and Technology. So within the university, they have this center on climate change and the disaster risk management. The desire, as I indicated, was to be a fully functional center of excellence, providing research beyond just the teaching practice and others. That's the idea. So that's how it's organized for now. And in terms of staffing, it was supposed to be run as an independent or semi-independent from the actual university, so that it has a center manager and all the staffing and the like. So it's not yet detached from the main staffing from the university.
Thank you. And in the case of Eswatini, it's the UNESCO is involved, but it is anchored and led by the National Disaster Management Agency, which may speak to your question, Kai, about how do you avoid the conflict potential or competition between something like this and a broader disaster risk management effort. So maybe Siboniso, you can speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Mitch. Maybe I'll start by saying our relationship with the University of Eswatini, I think it's come a long way. It was first through an MOU, which we discussed and we developed, which then it also detailed how we can work together, how we can complement each other. We collaborated in a lot of assessments, maybe before we even started engaging in this very important initiative. So we will most of the time engage them in our assessments, in some of the things that we believe the university can do better. So I can safely say that there is literally no competition, but mostly it's a collaboration, partnership, and maybe trying to assist each other in the country in building resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I'll just add a little bit on that too, because Eswatini, or the National Disaster Management Agency, was working on some analytics before and some efforts, particularly to stand up what I personally think is the most important to any drought risk management solution in a country is a very robust and dynamic drought monitoring and early warning system. I think that's the anchor. I think others would agree here on the panel. So they were involved with helping to make the technical underpinnings for the drought monitor map and process in Eswatini. And I believe that then, now that the center is being launched, it's more organic, right? It's more of a, not of a top-down forced thing like, oh, we need to go find a university now to partner with. It bubbled up from the partnerships that existed before and the work that was done before. So, Mark, I was going to ask you if you could share maybe some reflections on the colleague from Namibia's point about how do you get universities involved? What is your experience from that over the year in helping other countries? And then in Tbilisi, I wanted to know if you could maybe say a little bit more about the stakeholder engagement, getting the local communities involved, not just to receive the information and what's coming out, but also the feedback mechanism and the two-way flow of that with the indigenous knowledge and the citizen science work that's being done. Thanks.
Yeah, from my perspective and experience, it's been a number of entry points, not a single entry point. And in fact, over a longer period of time, many of the students who have come through our program have trained and gone on to work with some of these agencies in these countries, both within the United States, but also when we have visiting scientists and students that come to get their degrees at Nebraska, specifically to work in drought and drought risk. Then they've gone back, and so we've seen sort of the seeds have been planted, but it's taken a while to sort of mature. I would say it's, as I mentioned up front, it's been a number of different entry points. For us, it's been working with consultancies with the UNCCD on different terms of reference with the World Bank, FAO, and others. More recently, the UNCCD's Drought Initiative has led to a lot of opportunities for countries. But then I think what I've seen is that countries, there's usually some connection there. If it's a member of one of their staff that went through the local university that's familiar with that, there's a pipeline that can be established, a network that maybe it's just starting with some simple projects for students. And then that grows into a thesis or dissertation. And that person becomes very qualified then to then be employed maybe by that agency or a different ministry. So that's not a quick snap your finger and it happens overnight deal, but the more snap your finger type of deal is more of a direct consultancy in terms of reference. And maybe those funds come from other projects or they've been reallocated to meet a priority need. In this case, like a big drought, if it happened in 15, 16, you typically, what you see then is a lot of reaction to that event, and then to learn from that. And so there are these windows of opportunity that a center needs to be ready to jump through, and hopefully a government group can call on that group, call on a university group, to take advantage of that. So it's built up over a longer period of time and just building the network and building the bridges. At least in my experience and what I've seen in other groups that do it that way around the world.
Thank you, Nate. Perhaps one might want to start by adding a contribution to the question that came from Namibia in terms of engaging universities. I'll say in the case of Eswatini, the University of Eswatini is a public institution that was set up by an Act of Parliament with the 3 key mandates, which is teaching the nation, conducting research, and then community service. So the mission is based on those 3 pillars. What now needs to happen is that government and any other stakeholders that wish to engage the university, they often need to remind the institution of this key mission. So we find that in Namibia as well, if you look in
the foundation of the university, it has got that mandate, but it's just that it is not activated. So it may perhaps rest with whosoever wants to work with the institution to approach them. So us, as the University of Eswatini, has got that national mandate to do community service, which is engagement as well as research for the nation and beyond. Then when it comes to the issue of getting back stakeholder participation and feedback, I think as we develop the framework of engaging with the communities, and so far as the center is concerned, we'll actually build on what we have set up for the composite drought indicator that we presented yesterday. The relationship with the citizenry begins with the Citizen Science Network that was actually presented yesterday. And it was for that reason that we wanted to also emphasize, Nate, that when we're talking about citizen science community, we are not only talking about the indigenous knowledge systems, but we want every citizen to participate insofar as putting data into the system. I mean, the more that you put in data, we indicated yesterday that if you are an independent weather observer, we wish that you get into the network, you are able to put in the data to the central platform. Of course, if you make those contributions as a citizen, you would be interested in getting the outputs. And for the CDI, of which I think the model will follow the same, we'll have that online platforms and the time-to-time publications that will get back to stakeholders. And of course, with the forum Nate that was also launched this morning, it is also going to give us the opportunity to engage with citizens and to get their feedback on the activities of the center amongst other initiatives. I thank you.
Thank you. Mark, please.
Two quick things I just thought of for the Namibia example. One, I've seen a couple ways. The agencies within the country might have small amounts of seed money to answer a particular application or research question, and they go to the university with that, or they do internships. And this allows, again, the student that great opportunity to do a real-world application. And it's not a real expensive venture, and then maybe that benefits the agency later on, or the ministry later on, or the department with a qualified hire for their ranks. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And so I'd love to go around the room for another round. However, I know my audience, and I can see that you're all hungry. And it's already a late lunch that's planned in the agenda, so I'm going to stick to the time, because I like to be liked. So I'm just going to close really quickly just with one or two thoughts. I like what you said, Mark. I think it sums it up very well. This is all about collaboration, sharing credit and attribution, humility and champions. So I'd suggest you all to watch this space. It's an exciting area. A lot's going on. The momentum will continue. But they can't go it alone. They're going to need your help. They're going to need two-way exchange and support. And I hope that some of the things we started to get into, actually the details of advising here, and some ideas and suggestions. So there's a lot to share. And I know that I saw a lot of the hands up for questions. So if you have any questions for the panelists, for me, for anyone who's talked about the Drought Center of Excellence, please feel free to reach us over the course of the remaining days. Thanks to the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And bon appetit. We have one announcement, I think.
No, it's just to say that we're coming back here at 2:30. So we have Pete, vou te entregar teu carro. Bonifácio, está vendo aquela senhora que está sentada? Há uma que sentou agora. Aquela está a tratar, podes perguntar àquela, porque está a tratar também disso aí. Yes, I think it's time for us to resume the sessions for this afternoon. We will be having two more sessions, two more panel discussions. And the one that follows now, it is on disaster risk financing, innovation, and early funding. So allow me to please call the moderator for this session, which is Mr. Danger Nhlabati. Mr. Danger will be our moderator, and as panelists, I'll have DMEMU Zambia, I'll have Africa Risk Capacity. I think the Africa Risk Capacity is attending online. I'll have representative from Jeff, and I'll have representatives from SADC Secretariat under the Directorate of Finance and Investments, as well as Environment and Climate Change units. Can I have the panelists here? And I understand that two panelists will be participating online. Mr. Nhlabati, over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. May I formally introduce myself as Danger Nhlabatsi from Mapalale Eswatini Red Cross Society. I'm the Secretary General of the National Society. I've been working with the National Society, Mapalale, for the past 12 years as Secretary General, working very close with the NDMA in the country, as well as other government ministries. We are under the Deputy Prime Minister's office as Red Cross. For purposes of today, I'm the moderator for this very important topic, disaster risk financing, which I'm sure it will be very interesting participating in this very important topic. I have got the panelists here. Firstly, I've got number one is the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, Dr. Dominic Kangoko. You can just raise up your hand. Yes. He is the Chief Planner in Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit in the Office of the Vice President. He has worked in the Ministry of Finance and National Planning under the Public-Private Partnership, among others. Then the second panelist here is Jeff. It will be Jeff. We have in Jeff, we have Dr. Ulrich Appel. You can. He is the Senior Environmental Specialist at the Global Environment Facility based in Washington, D.C., working on desertification, land degradation, and drought. He coordinates the land degradation focal area and the Jeff's engagement with the UNCCD, which also leads a team overseeing a portfolio of more than 200 Jeff projects globally related to sustainable land management. We also have another panelist is the SADC Secretariat. We are supposed to have two, but I've got one for now. Sorry, oh, there are two. Yes, there are two. By the name of Mr. Rado Harilala. Can you please? He is an economist with 20 years of experience in public policy and sustainable development. His portfolio spans economic research and analysis, policy formulation and implementation, evaluation and advocacy. I was introducing Mr. Rado, saying he is an economist with 20 years of experience in public policy and sustainable development. His portfolio spans economic research and analysis, policy formulation and implementation, evaluation and advocacy. Since 2019, he has served as a program officer financial sector at the SADC Secretariat, where he leads the Regional Financial Integration and Development Finance Agenda. Again, from the Secretariat, we also have Ms. Sibongile Mavimbela. Mavimbela is Senior Program Officer responsible for Environment and Climate Change Portfolio at the SADC Secretariat. She convenes the 16 SADC member states and ensures environmental protection and compliance at national, regional, and global levels. Active participation of member states in the negotiations, ratification, and implementation of decisions of major multilateral environment agreements. We also have those participants or panelists who are online. We've got Africa Risk Capacity, represented by Mr. Evaristo Sikasunda, who is a country engagement manager, East and Southern Africa. We also have the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group, represented by Mr. Talent Kailihle Manyani, who is an anticipatory action and early warning specialist in the Secretariat, who turns early warnings into timely financed early actions across Southern Africa. He drives the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group evidence agenda, linking indicators, thresholds, and decision logic to pre-arrange finance, to speed activation and accountability. He's also representing this organization and brings practical data-driven solutions that move policy, unlock funding, and protect the most at-risk communities. Having introduced the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is fitting that I also recognize the presence of our PS, Ms. Kangeziwe Mabuza. We appreciate your presence, and we thank you very much for taking time and being with us here. Dear colleagues, at this juncture, may I then introduce our topic for today, disaster risk financing. I will begin by saying resources for disaster risk financing are not only vital for responding to crisis, but also for sustaining the region's broader development agenda in the SADC region. The frequency and severity of climate-related shocks in Southern Africa continue to grow, leading to significant losses in agriculture, water security, energy supply, and infrastructure sectors that are the backbone of the region's economies. Yet national budgets are often constrained, and resources for preparedness and early action remain limited. Mobilizing adequate and predictable financing, both from domestic resources or sources and international climate finance, is therefore critical for protecting livelihoods, reducing recovery costs, and ensuring that resilience
investment are not delayed. Strengthening access to resources will allow SADC member states to shift from reactive crisis management to proactive risk reduction, enabling the region to safeguard hard-won development gains and accelerate progress under the SADC Resilience Framework and Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. We have some objectives for this session. The objectives are as follows, just 5 of them. To explore mechanisms for timely and predictable disaster financing, including early funding and anticipatory action. 2, discuss opportunities for accessing global climate finance and linking them to regional national DRL strategies. 3, to examine the role of risk awareness and financial literacy among governments, financial institutions, and communities in promoting risk-informed investments. Number 4, identify innovative financing solutions to scaling resilience. 5, highlight regional coordination opportunities through the SADC Secretariat, member states, and partners. Having listed the objectives, ladies and gentlemen, I will now give this opportunity to the panelists to also reflect on this topic, but I will ask some questions. Firstly, it will be to Jeff, Dr. Ulrich. The question that I'm going to ask is that how can SADC member states enhance direct access to climate finance windows for disaster risk reduction and resilience building?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for inviting the Jeff to this panel. It's really a pleasure to be here. First of all, I wanted to congratulate again the Kingdom of Eswatini for the launch of the Center of Excellence this morning, and the SADC member states for the SADC platform for disaster risk reduction. It's really great to have these platforms, and the Jeff is a proud supporter of these initiatives. Also wanted to recognize the support from our Jeff operational focal point here in Eswatini, the Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Ms. Gangesiwe Mabuza, who is here also in the room, and with of course, our partners from the World Bank. And we hope that is a start of a long-term strategic cooperation with Eswatini and with the entire SADC community in addressing drought and building drought resilience. To your question, allow me quickly to explain the JEF in a nutshell. So the JEF is a financial mechanism of 6 multilateral environmental agreements. Most importantly, we are the financial mechanism of the 3 Rio Conventions, so the CBD, the UNFCCC, and the UNCCD. And we are actually a family of funds, so we have several funds, several funding windows that are available and that can be tapped in. And we are helping with those funds, we have more than 144 eligible countries, eligible developing countries that can access these funds. And now how to access, there is one thing that is unique with the JEF is that the funds that we are receiving from our donors, we are allocating directly to the countries, to those 144 countries, through a system, what we call the system of transparent allocation of resources, in short, STAR. I think everyone knows it better with the abbreviation STAR. And this STAR allocates the resources directly to the countries for biodiversity, to address biodiversity, land degradation, and climate change. So I think the funding for drought resilience and for disaster risk reduction can not only come from the climate change related funds, it can come from several windows, especially also from the land degradation focal area allocation. And not to forget the least developed country fund. So the GEF has also the least developed country funds. Several countries in the SADC region are still listed as least developed countries and can access also the least developed country funds. And just to give you an example, in GEF 8, that's what we call our current cycle. The current funding cycle runs from 2022 to 2026. And this is a 4-year cycle. And in this cycle, we have allocated in total $325 million in grants to the 16 SADC member states and about 100 million from the least developed country fund. And in addition, some international waters funding. So on top of this, so there was about more than 400 million of US dollar allocated, and the countries have utilized this for many very important projects in the fields of biodiversity, climate change, and land degradation. But I think it can be also more strategically used in addressing drought resilience going forward in the future. And talking about the future, my last point is that we are now in the replenishment for GEF 9. So our next cycle will start in July 2026 and run for the next for 4 years until 2030. And in this cycle, we will have a drylands and drought management integrated program, or in short, a drylands and drought IP. And I would also encourage the SADC member states to express interest for this program, to participate. That would be a chance to work together on addressing drought resilience, and also through other regional initiatives. So going forward, there are a lot of opportunities, and look forward to working with you together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and we are very happy about this information. But just one more question, which I just wanted to ask you. What lessons from GEF-supported projects can guide scaling up regional resilience financing?
Yeah, thank you. So what we really learned from our projects and programs in the region, that they require a long-term sustained support. They also require strong national and regional ownership and political will, and also effective multi-stakeholder collaboration. And the coordination between the countries is really important. Wanted to give 2 examples. For example, the CIVA, the Cooperation on International Waters in Africa, is one great example where the GEF is also involved and helping to support the Groundwater Management Institute in the SADC region, and to develop the capacity for inclusive groundwater management. And a second example is the Dryland Sustainable Landscape Integrated Program that is from GEF 7, from the previous funding cycle, but it's implemented right now in 7 of the SADC member countries, and working on sustainable management of Myombo forests. So those regional activities are really important to address common management challenges that the countries have, where they can exchange knowledge, where they can address these challenges together. But most importantly, those regional collaboration also helps to access additional funding, because the JEF also has regional set-asides that we can use if countries choose to collaborate together. So we can provide additional support through our regional set-asides, and also through our international waters focal area. It is a requirement that countries work together. We cannot fund single countries. It needs to be transboundary watersheds, and we are involved, for example, in the Zambezi River Basin, in the Inkumati Maputo River Basin, where several countries work together on addressing those challenges. So I think that's my important point about your question, is that the regional collaboration is really also important for accessing new funding, and not only from the JEF, also from other partners, the World Bank, the Green Climate Fund. They all really would like to see regional collaboration on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ulrich. Just a round of applause, please, for him. Should you have questions, or you want to reflect more on this, please just jot down your question. Towards the end, you will be given an opportunity. Now, having heard from Jeff, let's hear from the regional anticipatory action working group. We will see if Mr. Manyani is really with us, because he's online. Let's give this opportunity to him. Can you just say a word so that we know you are with us? Mr. Talent.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
I may need assistance.
It sounds like a volume issue.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Very well. Thank you very much. Now, Talent, now that you are online, we can hear you clearly. I'm sure you heard what Jeff has presented. Let me just ask a question to you. What has the regional anticipatory action working group applied, the anticipatory action financing in the region, and what lessons can SADC draw from that? I'm not sure whether you got the question.
Yes, I did. And thank you so much to all the panelists and to the colleagues for affording me the opportunity to respond to that question. So let me start by saying that, the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group is a group of different stakeholders, a number of stakeholders, of course, that are not limited only to FAO, IFRC, WFP, IOM, UNICEF, OCHA, and other stakeholders that deal and work in the DRR sector. But we also have membership of the different disaster management authorities at country level, though we operate, of course, at a regional level. So today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of this big group of people. And I think maybe to better respond to your question, I will use the El Nino season of 2023 and 2024 as an example. Why? Because, as the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group, we managed to mobilize nearly $31 million in anticipatory action finance. And that money, of course, was used to protect over 2 million people across 7 SADC countries. Of course, this was, according to us and according to the region, the largest anticipatory action activation to date. And of course, this translated in multiple interventions that were triggered based on the SACOF climate focus. And it is good actually to note that this meeting is coming days after the SACOF meeting in Zambia. So based, of course, on those SACOF climate forecast, activations were done and interventions were, of course, identified to respond not only to the impending and the growing humanitarian situation, but of course to also safeguard food security across the most vulnerable communities across the SADC region. And some of the interventions, of course, were not limited to cash transfers, but of course the provision of farming inputs to protect, at least to an extent, the farming sector, and of course the provision of water and the rehabilitation of boreholes, water systems, so that at least livestock had a lifeline with regards to that. And of course, when we talk about anticipatory action finance internally, let me use FAO, IFRC, and WFP as key examples. Of course, there is the big pool of funding that is out there that we generally use for response and recovery. I think Jeff already spoke to that. Some of those funds are generally used for build and recovery and response. But in the event that you need to activate in a very short space of time, whether it's a slow, sudden, or a fast onset type of crisis, internally as FAO, we do have what we call SPHERA funds. So these are special funds for emergencies that we can get actually within 72 hours so that we respond as timely as possible to the impending disaster. IFRC, of course, they've got DREF, and colleagues in the room might be familiar with the DREF funds that are used by the Red Cross societies across the SADC region. And of course, WFP does, of course, have pooled funds that countries can, in collaboration with the country offices, resort to come up with the specific interventions that will be needed in the case of any triggering of any impending crisis. So those are some of the finance platforms, or should I say vehicles, that we have in-house as the ROC Secretariat, but not limited to that. Of course, all the other agencies do have special funds that they use in the event of emergencies. You can use UNICEF as an example. In this case, IOM, of course, when we talk about displacements, they've been very active in Mozambique, and they do have special funds that they use in some of those instances. And of course, beyond droughts, as the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group, we've also supported cyclone and flood activations. Of course, preliminarily, I was talking about El Nino, which is more on drought, but we also do support cyclone and flood activations. And of course, these activations are usually the implementation of the specific interventions that follow after a certain trigger has been reached, or after a certain threshold of a certain trigger has been reached. And of course, these successes that we've experienced as the ROC are not foreign, or they are not independent of all the work that the SADC DRRI unit is already doing, but they are part of the work that SADC is doing, as our roadmap for anticipatory action is one that the member states actually validate at the SADC AOM meetings, with the most recent one being in March. It was in March earlier this year. And maybe to respond to the last part of the question that you asked, on what lessons SADC can draw, I would say maybe 3 lessons. And the first lesson is to integrate disaster risk management, to integrate anticipatory action into disaster risk management and contingency plans. Most countries in the room, I would say, have already managed to integrate anticipatory action in their contingency plans, and of course in their disaster and risk management systems. And some countries, of course, in the room, I'll use Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Madagascar, Malawi, have actually come up with very strong anticipatory action frameworks that the governments, they've actually begun to fund independently. And then, of course, secondly, I think there should be a strong emphasis in investing in localized early warning systems. Yes, it is good to have the SACOFs, it is good to have the NACOFs, but over and beyond that, we should come up with hybrid triggers that not only speak to weather or climate-related forecasts, but also on observed data. Countries in the room will be familiar with the IPC. Countries in the room will be familiar with the price indexes that we sometimes use to trigger. So I think there is significant room there where we can put all these different kind of forecasts, weather forecasts, climate-related forecasts, economic-related forecasts, into a hybrid kind of system to allow us to timely and sensitively trigger in time, and to actually avoid false flags. La Nina might be a case in point. A very bad La Nina had actually been anticipated, but at the end of the day, it was not as bad as we had anticipated. So I think there's also need for us to come up with a alternative system that can help us avoid these false flags. And of course, I think we need to foster community involvement, foster partnership with communities, and of course, integrate what we call indigenous knowledge systems. Colleagues in the room will be familiar that in Southern Africa, we do have very strong traditions, cultures, and customs where we sometimes know what is going to happen in the next rainy season based on observation data of livestock, plants, specific trees. So there's also need for us to interrogate that further and see how that kind of knowledge can be added to the scientific knowledge that we get from the economic side and also the climate-related data. So let me stop there for now, colleagues. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Manyani. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the government of Zambia. The government of Zambia, we are happy you are here, Dr. Dominic. Just one question for you. From a national perspective, Dr. Dominic, what challenges and opportunities exist in mobilizing and absorbing climate disaster financing from sources such as loss and damage fund? Please reflect.
Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you for the opportunity you've given us to appear here and share our experiences. For the purpose of Zambia, some of the critical challenges that we face are mostly internal. For instance, when you talk about issues to do with financing from these sources of funding, not all institutions are well built in terms of expertise and knowing the processes and the procedures that they need to follow in good time so as to access the resources. So in that particular case, we tend to have a bit of some time lag. Secondly, you also agree with me that as a country, I think we've not done enough engagement with some of our colleagues from the private sector to see the value or the opportunity of participating in this space so that we, together with them, apart from what government is providing, the private sector can also play a key role. Apart from that, you agree also with me that the resources we're talking about are externally controlled, meaning that we at times have got limited control over the issue of predictability. We can plan, but sometimes because they have got evolving procedures and processes, which of course are understandable from the sponsor's point of view. So sometimes at the time when you feel you can easily access them, it becomes a bit difficult to access them just there and then. The other issue concerns the global volatility in short. You agree with me that in the recent past, we have had a situation where priorities from the sources of some of these fundings tended to change depending on, of course, the needs in various jurisdictions. And as a consequence, that also has somehow affected our planning processes. So we are saying that at the level of easily accessing these resources, some of those issues can become problematic. And also, just the issue of methodological approach to assess loss and damage may not be very easy to the local offices that we have in our jurisdictions. So we need a bit of more capacity building, more training in certain jurisdictions so that we are able to do the jobs that can be considered correct, can actually portray the value that we want to derive from such measures. So I think these are some of the challenges that we're facing.
Thank you very much, Doctor. But how has Zambia integrated disaster risk financing into its national budgetary and the policy framework? Can you please share with us?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. As Zambia, we have actually, first of all, we do understand that the basis for having a predictable access to locally sourced resources and any other sources depend on having well-defined frameworks. So the first one is that we have the national policy that we have come up with. The policy emphasizes on making sure that we are able to source resources from a predictable arrangement. So the first source of our funding is the national budget. So as an institution responsible for disaster, we always budget for disaster-related challenges. The reason is that we are protected both by the policy, which there is a basis for the legal framework, which is the Disaster Management Act number 13 of 2010. In addition to that, we also have another disaster risk management framework, which tries to develop or write or build on the Sendai framework, and specifically, it helps us, or it focuses on helping us prioritize the key areas that we can consider critical and integrate them or include them in the development planning so that those issues that we know that these are regularly happening should be budgeted for. That is one other area. The other area also is that as a government, we have found it very fit and necessary to consider coming up with another innovative source of funding using the Disaster Trust Fund. Of course, this one is in the pipeline. Documentations have already been done. And so what we want to do is that whenever we have adequate resources, we can invest some of these resources in other productive areas or profitable areas that will give us some resources that we can use now to plan, to say, okay, given the little resources that we have within the limited space, we can plan for these activities, including responding to emergent issues. So the Disaster Trust Fund is one other option which we are using. But in terms of getting at the moment the resources, we use the national budget. Apart from that, the cooperating partners have been quite good to us. We have from time to time engaged them, and in most cases, they have also guided us very, very well on how we can expedite the processes in order to access the resources. So through the cooperating partners, we have been able to access some resources which we have used when it comes to issues to do with disasters. So those are some of the methods, apart from many others. And maybe I forgot one other thing. The government of Zambia has realized that the issues of disaster are here to stay with us. So what it has done is within the Constituency Development Fund Act, they have made a provision where every constituency sets aside 5% of its constituent development fund to go towards disaster management. So to some extent, that also is a boost. That is apart from the traditional budget which we do as a disaster management and mitigation unit. Thank you.
Just a round of applause for Zambia. Thank you very much, Dr. Dominic. Dear colleagues, at this time, I will request our colleague who is online, Mr. Sigasunda
to also be ready. Please unmute your mic. The colleagues are saying they are requesting that you unmute your mic, Mr. Sigasunda. Now, a question to you is that how has ARC's parametric insurance model supported African countries in accessing rapid financing for disaster response? And what lessons are most relevant for SADC member state? I'll be very happy if you can respond to this question just in not more than 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough.
We are audible, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Evaristo Skasunda from African Risk Capacity. The question talks about Africa Risk Capacity Parametric Insurance. I want basically to explain that the African risk capacity is an ecosystem of a number of things. So how it works, and in a minute probably, who we are and what we do. African Risk Capacity is an AU agency created in 2012. Currently, we have 39 member states that have subscribed to or signed the Treaty of ARC, out of which 17 have ratified. And we work in member states. So any country that has not signed the treaty cannot participate in the ARC products. So then ARC agency itself, Africa Risk Capacity is a two-entity organization. There's an agency part, which is the AU, as well as the commercial part, which is Africa Risk Capacity Limited, which is an insurance affiliate. Now, how do we work? When we go to member countries, we first of all start with risk modeling. If it's drought, we'll do drought risk modeling using what we call the Africa Risk View. The idea of modeling is to come up with a risk profile. And then the risk profile is what is used to underwrite parametric insurance. So we use the model to underwrite insurance, but before we underwrite insurance, we want to do contingency planning. So we come up with a plan of activities that a country can implement in case of a payout. So we do all this before the insurance is subscribed to. So after modeling, we come up with a risk profile. Risk profile is given to Africa Risk Capacity Limited, and we have underwriters there that now do underwrite insurance. The idea is that we get a payout quicker enough before the situation escalates. So normally we have an indication of a payout, even for drought, we have an indication of a payout even before the season ends. So we have that notification. And we already have an operations plan. Remember, before you take up insurance, you already have a defined plan. So when we know that there's going to be a payout, we ask the team that we work with. In each country, we have a technical working group, a very competent team of men and women from government, from partner organizations that we select and put together to work with us. And we work through nominated agencies within the government, normally the national disaster management organizations, like in Southern Africa, we are in 6 countries. We are in Comoros, Madagascar, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. So in all those countries, we have very functional technical working groups, which are streamlined. We have sub-streams One stream looks at risk modeling, the other stream will look at contingency planning, the other stream will look at risk transfer. So we are basically building capacity of these countries to do risk modeling, to do contingency planning effectively, so that they can better plan, prepare, and respond. So the whole ecosystem is about risk modeling, contingency planning, risk transfer. We go to the market, and when we have a payout, we implement the payout. What lessons have we had from our operations in countries? We have seen that the integration of early warning with the contingency planning and risk transfer is key to effective disaster management. So we have seen that it works because an effective early warning system has a risk model, has a risk profile. And when we use this profile, we marry it with an effective contingency plan, and then we take it to the market the way we do for insurance. We underwrite parametric insurance. It works for effective risk financing in terms of insurance payouts. Just for example, during the El Nino, we gave out payouts of over 60 million to our countries in Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Just this past season, we had some countries that received inadequate rain for effective crop, like Northern Malawi, Lesotho, or Mozambique. We are paying over $10 million to these countries. So this is a model that has shown that it works, and we are encouraging all SADC member countries that have that have not yet gotten on board to come on board. When we come to those countries, we're definitely going, first of all, not just go straight into insurance. So we do the profiles, contingency plans, and we make sure that the country is ready to move to the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for ARC. Thank you, Sigasunda. At this juncture, I will request the two remaining panelists here from the Secretariat. They will share the time. I will ask two questions for them. The first one is, what role can the Secretariat play in facilitating access to climate financing for the region, and what initiatives are currently ongoing? That is in the climate change unit. I'm not sure who is taking, okay, thank you very much. Then the second question is, what is SADC ensuring that DRM and resilience are integrated into investment frameworks, such as the disaster risk financing priorities? That is, I'm sure now we've got no choice, we are taking that one. Please share the time, 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes. You start.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you for the opportunity.
By the way, that is Sibongile Mavimbela.
Yes, I'm in the Climate Change and Environment Unit. So let me also acknowledge the presence of and friend Kangeziwe Mabuza before I get fired, because I report to that ministry. So colleagues, maybe just to give a bit of a background, that the SADC region, or Africa as a whole, contributes about 4% to the climate problems that the world is facing. The whole of Africa, 4%. So whereas with us as a region, it's much smaller than that. But we are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And in the region, it's manifested through floods and cyclones and heat waves and droughts as well. Those are the key things that we suffer from. And in the past 4 decades, the SADC region has recorded 36% of the total weather-related disasters in Africa. So over a third of the total disasters of the African continent have been experienced in this region. And that has affected 177 million people. That's more than half of the population. Our population is 365 million as a region. And it has left 2.7 million people homeless and inflicted damages to infrastructure, which has costed over 14 billion US dollars. So that is just to give a background of the impact that climate change, disaster-related impacts have affected our region. And according to assessments, international climate finance flows now. Let's look at the impact versus the money. Is there a correlation between that? We have received a total of 13.4 billion US dollars between 2013 and 2017. That is in a period of 5 years. Or if we break that down, 2.7 billion US dollars per annum over that 5 years. Southern African countries, colleagues, need between 649 and 703 billion to implement the NDCs and to meet the 2030 climate goals. So you can see the discrepancies. The annual flows need to increase about tenfold for us to meet our NDCs, for us to effectively adapt to climate change and effectively mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions and to achieve our targets and commitments as countries. In 2023, now how do we respond? To respond to your answer, Chair, we have developed a climate finance mobilization manual, which you can all access. I can share it with you, or you can access it on our website, which guides member states on the different financing models that are available globally. Jeff here right next to me, GCF, EU, we've received resources from various sources. You can find them in that manual, and even the steps of how to apply and how to access those kind of resources. I can share the manual, so because the time is short, you've given me 2 minutes. I've used half a minute so far. And then I will go straight to the loss and damage fund. I think my colleague from Zambia has spoken a bit about the loss and damage fund, but that is one of the key funding that is specifically designed for disaster-related climate problems. So in conclusion, the SADC region needs a common methodology for tracking and reporting climate finance flows. We have seen that there is a huge discrepancy between the problem and the available resources to address the problem. So there is an imbalance between the flow and the need, and that needs to be urgently addressed. And then we also urge development partners here, our friends, Jeff, World Bank, everyone else, to consider giving out more grants than loans. We have seen the situation like in Mozambique during Cyclone Idai. World Bank gave out a huge grant, a huge loan to Mozambique, which was well and good. But a year or less than a year after that, another cyclone hit. So when do you pay back the loan that you are owing when you are even more vulnerable than before? So it doesn't help solve the problems. Then we also encourage member states to explore alternative innovative financing streams. My colleague spoke about private sector. Let us engage the private sector and access resources from them. Philanthropic sector, please assist us, those of you who are rich and kind. And then carbon markets, we have opportunities to explore the carbon markets, access resources from carbon trading, and utilize the resources to make ourselves less vulnerable or more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rado.
Thank you so much, moderator. How many minutes left for me?
Nothing. But just take that 1.5.
Okay, thank you so much. All protocol observed. Thank you, moderator, again. And good afternoon, colleagues. It's not the right time to speak at the end, but I will try to be short. My role today is to advocate about our own regional development fund. My colleague from Zambia mentioned an issue in terms of limited control. Since the creation of SADC in the SADC Treaty, our leaders have established a fund called SADC Regional Development Fund back in 1992. As we speak today, we are in the process of operationalizing that fund. It's a fund of $3+ billion where we want to attract ICPs, we want to attract also funds from the financial markets, and we want also to attract funds from the different windows. But most importantly, it needs the initial seeds from the member states. So what we have today, there are some windows of the funds that are already operational. We have the project preparation development facility, which is helping the region in preparing infrastructure projects. We have already the HIV fund, and I'm not so sure if you are aware that there is already a fund approved by Council, the SADC Disaster Preparedness and Response Fund that was approved in 2017. What is lagging behind is the operationalization of the main vehicle. So once the Regional Development Fund is fully operational, it's easy now to operationalize the SADC Preparedness and Response Fund. As we speak today, Council in Madagascar in August 2025, they have approved the implementation of the fund, starting with the proof of concept. So far, we've got 9 member states that have signed the agreement. We've got Angola, we've got DRC, Lesotho, Eswatini, we've got Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So far, we've got 2 member states that have ratified. That is Angola and Zambia. Zimbabwe in July, they have ratified at national level with the parliaments and Senate. What is remaining is just the depositing of the instruments of ratification with the Secretariat. My role today is to advocate, let's operationalize our own fund. It doesn't mean that we are not using the others because the gaps are so huge. But having our own fund is important to support regional integration. And this region is one of the most vulnerable regions across the globe. Thank you, moderator. I hope I adhered to the timeline provided to the time. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for all these panelists. Surely, if only I had authority, I would give the panelists more time. I'm sure you will agree with me, it was worth listening to this panelist. Let us operationalize our own fund. That's how we concluded. Let us operationalize our own fund. Funds are available. Capacity, there's a capacity issue. they talked of so many very critical things that we need to take home as member states. Just a round of applause as they take their seats, and you also include me in that round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies for the few minutes. C'est bon.
Thank you, my brother. It's okay. Thank you. Moving forwards, it's understandable that this panel took a bit of some minutes, but that was because we started a bit late as well. But last but not least, I would like to move to our last panel discussion of the day, which is on drought risks and resilience in SADC region. So the question that we need to reflect here is why the need to do more. For that, I'll invite Dr. Pius Ngube to be the moderator of the session, as well as invite panelists from CADESA, UNDP, UNDRR, and INGD. Over to you, Dr. Pius.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's not always the best to be the last ones, but in my language also they say he who eats last eats the most, because then you have to collect all the food left over by others, then you have a lot. So, yeah, please, if I could invite my panelists up front. And thank you, Program Director, for already introducing this session so that we can save on time. Yeah, as already said, that this session is about drought risks and resilience building efforts in the region, why the need to do more. I think it's already introduced, but maybe before we delve into that, I just want to introduce the panelists that are up front here, esteemed panelists. I want to start with Mr. Taonezwi Dagmo. Yeah, you can raise your hand, and this is, he holds a master's degree in policy studies, MBA in agribusiness, as well as BSc in agricultural economics. His main work experience is on regional monitoring, budgeting, and planning within the region, within the SADC region. So welcome, Mr. Dagmo. Let's give him a round of applause. Then my next panelist is Dr. Tamuka. You can raise your hand. Dr. Tamuka Magazire is an agrometeorologist with over 2 decades experience in Southern Africa, working closely with SADC in the areas of climate science, food security, disaster risk management. He has co-authored papers and developed applications to improve understanding and analysis of climate-related natural hazards. As a consultant for UNDRR and also on anticipatory action, he is actively engaging with experts and practitioners in anticipatory action, undertaking quantitative analysis on drought indicator performance, and leading the drafting of a harmonized framework on drought anticipatory action within the SADC region. Let's give a hand of applause to Dr. Tamuka. Okay, my next panelist is my good friend, Dr. Kai. There he is. Dr. Kai is a regional coordinator for Africa, disaster risk reduction and recovery for building resilience. He is with UNDP. He has over 2 decades as well of experience, and he has initiated and led development programs and life-saving humanitarian interventions across Africa. He currently serves as a UNDP's regional coordinator for Africa, DRR and recovery for building resilience. Prior to joining UNDP, Kai led the African Union's risk reduction unit, where he oversaw the development of key continental policies and programs on disaster risk reduction and resilience. His earlier career, he has led various programs on peace building, DRR, resilience, and health and nutrition in complex humanitarian emergencies. He's a nurse by training. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome to Dr. Kai. And my final panelist is Mr. Paulo Sergio Thomas. There he is. He is the National Director for the Development of Arid and Semi-Arid Zones at the National Institute for Disaster Risk Management. He holds a degree in agricultural engineering and postgraduate degree in policy analysis and agrarian development. He has over 10 years of experience in planning and managing rural development and climate resilience programs, focusing on drought in particular. He currently coordinates the National Technical Working Group for Early Warning Systems and Anticipatory Actions for Drought in Mozambique. Let's give him a round of applause. Right, thank you so much. I think just to set the scene is we know very well, my esteemed panelists, that the SADC region is affected by recurrent droughts. You know, I think during lunch we were talking to some other colleagues, and Helen from Namibia. She says that, you know, drought used to come in Namibia maybe after 3 years or so. In Zimbabwe also no, it used to come after 10 years or so. So we would know. But now it's more frequent and it's more intense, and the impact on livelihoods is severe. And we know that households are suffering because the livelihoods are getting eroded, and the infrastructure is actually getting also destroyed because of all these episodes of climate change or drought in particular, as well related incidences. And we also know that, therefore, there is need to build drought resilience. There is need to build resilience, and there is need to manage the drought risks that are affecting the region. But we also often see that there is a lot, again, on the crisis, more crisis response mode as opposed to resilience building or to managing risks or to investing in risks. And we believe that the drought resilience program within the region, therefore, it's a very good launchpad to sort of try and change that, to have that paradigm shift so that we're more focused on building resilience, investing in disaster risk management. So with this, I think I just wanted to turn to my good panelists, and maybe before that, just spell out the objectives of this session. The objectives is to assess the scale drought risks, the scale of drought risks in the SADC region, and also look at how we can intensify action as required, and also to explore how the SADC drought resilience program can provide a regional framework for collective action, investment, and innovation. And also want to highlight the roles of agriculture governance, financing. I think the panel that was there talked a lot about financing and anticipatory action in strengthening drought resilience. And also to identify concrete actions to scale up resilience building in line with the SADC resilience framework and the regional indicative strategic plan. So basically, this is what we'll be trying to achieve within this within the 45 minutes that we have. So I have 2 questions for each of you. but we'll go maybe one round first of questions, and I'll start with my good friend from CADESA. How is drought affecting agriculture and food systems in SADC? And where are the critical gaps in research, technology, and farmer support? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator or Dr. Moderator. I am Dagmo Tawanezi from CADESA. I come from Zimbabwe, though. I'll start by maybe trying to define different types of droughts we experience in the region. When people talk of drought, maybe in agriculture they think there is no rainfall at all in the region. But sometimes rainfall is there above normal, but we still have drought. Like you grow your crops. Normally our crops, they need about 3 months, which are the staples like maize. You grow your crop, there is a lot of rain to a point where you say, it's too much, let it stop. Then, fortunately, maybe it stops. And the crop has reached maturity, maybe after 2 months. And then it goes for good. We call it mid-season drought. And then it comes at the end of the season when the crop has already wilted and we have got complete crop failure. But if you look at the total amount of rainfall for that season, maybe it's above normal, but we have experienced the mid-season drought. That is what we are experiencing these days. Not only what we used to experience once in 10 years, but now we are experiencing mid-season drought. Then there's also end of season drought, whereby you can get rainfall throughout, but at the end, when you get to the critical stage, it fails again. So it's early cessation of rainfall. So the frequency or the distribution of rainfall becomes important in the region. We are experiencing uneven distribution of rainfall. Either it falls during the start of the season, or at the end, or midway, but it's not distributed to allow a successful crop production. Then now I'll go into the effects of drought in agriculture. Generally, we have experienced crop failure, especially for our staples. We have got 3 staples, maize, cassava, and sorghum in the region. We always experience crop failure. And this has got a lot of consequences downstream, ripple effects. Once we have crop failure, it means there is food insecurity in the region. Currently, between October 2024 and now, 48 million people in the region, they are food insecure because of drought, which is very, very important. And if you look at the import requirements for food, it's huge, and it has got impact on our economies. And drought also is affecting crop yields or productivity, that is tons per hectare. If we were to get, like for maize, the potential maybe is to get 4 to 5 tons per hectare, but during drought, sometimes you get 0.1, meaning the total production at the end is very low, or the output. So we have the shortages. And then on livestock, we normally when there is drought, especially that drought where there is no rainfall at all, we have seen cattle dying and even donkeys dying. And rebuilding the herd is becoming a problem. You find that our government sometimes they end up importing the exotic breeds. But when the drought comes again, those are the first ones to be affected. So we are really in trouble. And then we have also seen drought affecting nutrition. Whenever there is crop failure, it means the source of food diminishes as well. So you'll find stunting rates, which are over 20% in the region. They are mainly due to to drought. Right, going to the second part of the question. 2 minutes. The second part of the question, which looks at the research gap. I've talked about the short season nature of our rainfall. So it needs short season varieties in terms of crops. There's need for research in that. But the challenge now we are facing in the region is that investment in agricultural research in SADC is very low. With only 50% of member states, they allocate more than 1% of agricultural GDP to agricultural research. So you find that in most cases, the infrastructure and human capacity in the member states is not there or below capacity. And then the technologies themselves, improved varieties, water saving technologies, water management technologies, they need to be improved. There are research gaps there. We need to have varieties which are short term, so that even with the mid-season droughts, we can still have something. And we may also need research in agro-processing. We process what we have this year, or post-harvest technology. We preserve what we have this year, so that if drought strikes in 3 years, at least we have something to eat. But we are very poor as a region in having those things. So there's a need for research. And we also need climate smart technologies. There's need for research. We have them, but I think we need more on that. And with regard to livestock, we don't necessarily need to always import exotic breeds. We may also need to do some breeding for drought tolerance in the region. And indigenous knowledge is also very, very, very important. We need to do some research on indigenous knowledge. It can actually help with indigenous crops and also on livestock. I think I can end here, moderator.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dagmo, for that reflection. I think we can move on to the next panelist, and that's my friend, Dr. Kai. The question for you is, in your experience, why do drought resilience efforts often remain fragmented, and how can stronger risk governance and policy integration make a difference? Over to you. So please, all the panelists, you keep looking at me so that I'll be indicating how many minutes are left. Thank you.
Now, thank you very much, Dr. Fayez. And I think there are also two questions in one. And the first one look at why there is fragmentation in a drought resilient building. And the second aspect is how strong institutions could actually support better coordination, right? Well, let me start with the first one, and I think it's quite a simple one because many people talk about it. To me, I think based on my experience, there are 4 key areas. The one key element is the prevailing perception of drought as merely an hazard. And I think that is when you have this single focus on hazard without looking at it from a very broader domino effect of it. Yes, drought is an hazard, but it also is also a risk in itself. And I think by looking at it very broadly, we can use hazard like drought as an entry point. But intervention cannot just be focused on drought. You need to have elements that look at energy, food system, because many times we look at it from livelihood perspective and we miss it, right? So drought has a lot of effect on many sectors. And I think that is where we are only dealing with drought. That perception alone is key element that drive a lot of fragmentation. So yes, drought is an hazard, but is also a risk multiplier, right? And if we understand it from that perspective, we'll be able to look at all other sectors of the economy, which are quite key. In that case, drought can be an entry point to broader resilient building efforts. The second element, usually around this element of fragmentation, is the reactive approach to drought response. And I think that is good. There are pros and cons here. We have seen how humanitarian organizations are quite organized around response. There is better coordination, there is better appeals, better mobilization of resources. We can learn from that. But drought is not a humanitarian issue. It is a development imperative. And many times when we look at drought from a humanitarian reactive perspective, we miss out so many stakeholders. Yeah, so that is really very important because if we look at it from that broader perspective, you need to have private sector on board, you need to have insurance companies on board, you need to have multilateral financing institutions coming on board, and so many others, just beyond waiting for an appeal or for a response. So that perspective is very important. The third element is, I think somebody talked about it, is the disconnect between the science and practice. Many times we have a lot of work going on in universities. A lot of scientific work is going on from technical agencies like WMO, but many times these are not connected to the actual practice. And I think that if we bring all these together, we are likely going to bridge some of these silos that are being created. And lastly, the fourth element to me, which is always very important, is the framework, the legal framework. Sometimes it's not the absence of this framework. Sometimes it's enforcement of this framework. And again, it is also the scope of this framework. Are they just drought resilient framework or legislation? Or are they looking at it from a multi-risk approach? So those are four key areas. But now this question has two parts. I think the second part is how can a strong risk governance and policy integration make a difference? It makes a big difference. And I think there are three elements we need to consider. It makes a big difference when there is financing. You don't have money, forget about it. And we have seen during COVID-19, institutions were able to coordinate very quickly because there was money assigned to that. So if you don't have resources, even if you have a strong policy framework, it will not make a big difference. So financing is very important. Second is leadership. It also depends where this resilient framework is being managed. I think SADC region increasingly is moving toward the higher political level, where you have disaster risk reduction being managed at Office of Prime Minister, or sometimes by President, or sometimes semi-autonomous agencies. And I think that the more is closer to the higher level of authority in the land, the better the better leadership you have. So that is really one key element. The third is the scope I was talking about, the comprehensiveness. Do you have comprehensive legislations? From UNDP, we are currently working with government, and currently we're also working with the African Union to advance what we call the roots of African resilience, which look at all the dimensions of resilience, from economic, social, environment, and governance. Because that is the only way you'll be able to have all these components speaking to one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kai, for your reflections on the subject. I want to move on to Mr. Paulo. Over to you. And your question is, can you please share the measures that are put in place by the government of Mozambique to deal with the impacts of drought? If you can do that in 5 minutes.
Obrigado, moderador. Boa tarde a todos. Com a vossa permissão, vou falar na língua materna de Moçambique, que é português. Indo para a questão que me coloca, penso que logo no início o moderador fez referência aos impactos que estão a acontecer a nível global, onde eles são mais frequentes e mais intensos. E a nossa experiência com a seca foi com o evento que tivemos em 2015, penso que todos estamos recordados, e Moçambique afetou cerca de 2 milhões de habitantes ou de pessoas que ficaram afetadas pela seca de 2015. E a partir daí iniciou um processo de reflexão, porque naquele momento encontrou-nos quase que de surpresa, porque não tínhamos ainda estabelecido um sistema de alerta precoce para eventos de progressão lenta, como é o caso da seca. Tínhamos um plano diretor de redução do risco de desastres, que tinha uma vigência de 2006 a 2016, e quando fizemos a sua avaliação, vimos que pouco trazia para a questão ou para a componente da seca. Moçambique avançou muito para questões relacionadas com cheias e ciclones. E em 2017, quando fizemos o novo plano diretor, olhamos com grande profundidade esta componente da seca, e um dos objetivos primários foi estabelecer esse sistema de alerta para a componente da seca. E neste processo de reflexão, em que Moçambique passou também com a transformação institucional, para quem conheceu a nossa instituição no passado, chamava-se Instituto Nacional de Gestão de Calamidades, e passou a chamar-se Instituto Nacional de Gestão e Redução do Risco de Desastre. Portanto, através de um cometimento político do governo, também começou a olhar para esta componente de gestão do risco de desastres com alguma seriedade, e tivemos em 2020 a aprovação desta nova instituição, que foi estabelecida por lei, e também fortificou aquilo que era a natureza desta instituição. Porque antes esta instituição estava dentro de um ministério, mas com esta reforma institucional ficou autónoma e passou a ser coordenada. Antes era por uma diretora-geral, mas agora é por uma presidente, que é de nomeação presidencial e responde diretamente à presidência da República. E a partir daí, neste processo de transformação e com a necessidade também de estabelecer esse sistema de aviso prévio para a seca, e também veio a nova abordagem das ações antecipadas, foi estabelecido um grupo técnico em 2020, que começou a trabalhar neste processo do sistema de aviso prévio à seca e ações antecipadas, onde houve vários exercícios técnicos para o estabelecimento daquilo que eram os acionadores, a definição dos planos, das atividades, que atividades deviam ser implementadas, e com base nisso tivemos a primeira ativação dos planos de ações antecipadas na época 23-24, onde através da academia foi possível também colhermos aquilo que foram as lições aprendidas, os desafios, como é que nós poderíamos melhorar este processo, e também dizer que com o exercício que foi feito neste grupo técnico foi aprovado um manual de procedimentos operacionais padrão, onde envolve todos os setores chaves e também as agências humanitárias que trabalham nesta componente das ações antecipadas, e também foi integrada a componente da proteção social. E também para fortificar aquilo que é a componente de resposta à seca, Moçambique aderiu ao seguro soberano contra a seca através da ARC, e tendo em conta os eventos também que tivemos nas épocas 23-24 e 24-25, Moçambique recebeu com a primeira ativação 5,5 milhões de dólares e com a segunda ativação 1,8 milhões de dólares, e também temos algumas agências que estão a aderir à réplica do seguro, como é o caso do PMA, e também foi possível receber cerca de 400 mil dólares, que fortificou aquilo que foi a resposta do governo às ações da seca. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulo from Mozambique, for that practical experience and reflections. Let me go to Dr. Tamuga, UNDRR. How can harmonized triggers be better linked with early warning systems, contingency planning, and financing instruments to drive proactive drought response? If you can reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for that question, and thank you for having me on the panel. Greetings to everyone in the room. So as I was reflecting and I was listening to Dr. Kai, I was actually thinking how well his question really intersects with the question that you have just asked me. I think Dr. Tai talked about fragmentation, and we're now talking about harmonized triggers. He also talked about reactive approach, and you are now asking me about a proactive approach. So what I'll be talking about basically is informed a lot by a study we have been undertaking with colleagues in SADC, the World Bank, and many other colleagues, especially in the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group, undertaking a study on how can we develop a harmonized drought anticipatory action framework. And I think to bring this into context, again referring to Dr. Kai's response about financing, I think when we talk about finance, we need to look at how can we make each dollar stretch as far as possible. And many studies now have looked into how much, when you spend $1 in early warning or in anticipatory action, I think the ranges go from between $7 to $34 that you save in response by acting early. So I think there's a great then incentive for us to look into these approaches of anticipatory action. Now, on the issue of, you mentioned how do we link up the triggers with early warning, contingency planning, and financing. And I think with it really kind of pulls everything together, because with your triggers, you are talking about how do you translate in a systematic way. So maybe for me to backtrack a little bit and say, in the anticipatory action approach, we're saying let's define some triggers in advance. We are going to do our forecasting, we're going to do our monitoring through things like the Africa Drought Watch, which I think the AUC is currently undertaking, as well as some of the RECs. And when our indicators get to a certain level, how do those, can we get some actions maybe that are already in our contingency plans that can be activated without having to wait for assessments, which are going to take a long time? So already we get the opportunity to act much earlier, sometimes even before the hazard occurs, simply based on forecast indices. And then, of course, that is also tied to pre-agreed financing. So I think the issue of triggers ties everything together in that context. Then on the issue of harmonization as well, I think we listened to the colleague from in the earlier session talking about the ROG, the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group. There are many different agencies currently in the region that are undertaking anticipatory action activities. They use different methodologies. And what you find is that sometimes some of these trigger systems will trigger in the same area, but one system triggers, another system doesn't. So people are now unsure, what does that mean? So that's why there is also the need to harmonize. And I think SADC has actually got a great opportunity in its regional integration role to undertake those integration activities. Right. So I think that's just to share some quick lessons that because we've been talking to over 20 experts and implementers in this space. It's not so much the triggers that we need to be harmonizing, but more of the framework and what aspects are we looking at and considering in developing those frameworks which can talk to each other, so that even when systems trigger differently, people are not confused and they are not sure, should I really be taking up this anticipatory action approach or not? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tamuga, for those reflections. Insightful indeed. Yeah, the intention is to finish this session at 4:30. And I want you to check your watches as well. I just want to go maybe in 2 minutes each, just on the second question, to reflect on the second questions. Kadesa, I start with you. How can the drought resilience program strengthen climate smart agriculture and innovation to ensure food security and livelihoods, to ensure that food security and livelihoods are protected? Yeah, please speak from your heart in just 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The program has got 4 objectives. One talks about policy harmonization, and the other one talks about resource mobilization, and there's one to do with early warning information and also risk-informed development. So from our perspective, as researchers and also as agricultural experts, I think the program provides the framework for adaptation. And we've come up with a list of some of the recommendations we can make based on experiences. One, what we can do is to come up with the resilient enhancing technologies. We need to promote and also to generate them. We have been promoting already. We have been promoting climate smart, solar-powered micro irrigation systems. We have piloted with 7 countries in the region, drip irrigation, and we have found that it works very well. Even if you have got short season drought, farmers, they have something, and productivity is enhanced, and also total production is enhanced from those technologies. And we have also had improved crop varieties which have been developed. From CADESA perspective, we have been implementing some projects funded by the World Bank. We have generated over 300 technologies in Malawi, Zambia, Angola, Mozambique, and Lesotho. But the challenge now is in policy harmonization. You find that if a variety is produced in, let's say, in Eswatini, you cannot just take it to Lesotho and they accept it. Normally, they would test it again, maybe for 3 seasons before they accept. But SADC has developed what we call a harmonized seed release system, whereby if a variety is tested by 2 countries, at least 2 countries, is it? At least 2 countries, then there's no need for it to be tested again by other countries. It can just be imported or exported. But the challenge is some of the countries, they are not part of the system. They don't even have legislation in their countries to allow a seed certification, which is really a prerequisite for harmonization. So it's critical for us to we can develop the technologies, but once we don't have harmonization, the region doesn't benefit. Then we have got, we also have things to do early warning. We have been trying to work closely with SADC to look at the pros and cons of the current systems, and it's work under progress to try and enhance the early warning systems. But I think currently what we have is working from what I have gathered here. Maybe we can just add here and there in terms of supporting. And then there's need for resource mobilization. We have been writing project proposals with the member states to try and raise funds for projects for resilience. We actually now have what we call a food systems resilience project, which is being implemented in a number of countries, including Malawi, Madagascar, Tanzania, and Comoros. And this project is actually looking at irrigation development and also promoting climate smart agriculture. So I think as a way forward, we need to have more of these projects for the region, resource mobilization, in line with what the program envisages, and also more into research, investment in research as a region on crop varieties and the soil and water management. I submit,
Moderator.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for those reflections. Appreciated. We move to the next panelist. That's Kai, Dr. Kai. How can UNDP support member states in leveraging climate and development finance for proactive drought resilience strategies? Please, if you can put it in 2 minutes.
Well, UNDP is already supporting countries to access climate finance, mostly the GEF as well. The GEF colleague was here, the GCF, the Adaptation Fund. We also leverage quite a lot of institutional funding to support countries to unlock development financing. That is already happening. But we all know the financing landscape is changing. This as well will change. And I believe it was GEP here, maybe they will talk about it. I think that the way we are seeing even this financing to climate fund will also decline. And it is a question to all of us. And I think it's an indication that we need to do things differently. So to me, what is missing is really not the financing, is the scaling. To me, the key word is scaling. We tend to do piecemeal project with 50 million, 20 million, but actually we can do more with the resources that we have. If we scale it to large-scale multi-sectoral approach that bring many sectors together, pull those resources, go for billion. The impact will be huge. You can also scale it through multi-country approach, through regional approach, where countries pull their resources together. And I see that is the future for financing. Especially SADC need to increasingly pull countries together to go for large-scale investment. Because you cannot address drought through 50 million, 100 million. It is more. And it requires a lot of investment in water infrastructure, either through transboundary rivers or underground waters. So I think the future is we need to scale, and we need to invest in our regional mechanisms to be able to pull the resources together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kai, for the reflections. I think the message is loud and clear. Thank you for that. My friend Paulo from Mozambique. How is Mozambique envisioning a sustainable drought management process? If you can please just put it in 2 minutes, how you envision that. Thank you.
Obrigado, moderador. Eu vou procurar em 2 minutos satisfazer a questão. Se calhar dizer que a questão da sustentabilidade é um conceito muito vasto, acreditamos nós, é um desafio para processos mesmo que já iniciaram, outros que estão em curso e mesmo para aqueles que vão ainda iniciar. Portanto, temos sempre esta componente da sustentabilidade. E dizer para o caso de Moçambique, que tem procurado fazer a integração desta questão da gestão do risco, principalmente da seca, nas estratégias de resiliência de longo prazo. E um ganho que nós tivemos recentemente, ainda ontem, foi aprovada a estratégia de financiamento climático, com a vigência de 2025 até 2034. Então, conseguimos fazer esta integração. E também, como todos sabemos, Moçambique tem um compromisso político através do nosso presidente da República, que foi recentemente conduzido ou reconduzido para o campeão da União Africana para a Gestão do Risco de Desastre, através de um mandato que já vinha do presidente anterior. Então, há esta continuidade, então acreditamos que há este compromisso político, não só para o país, mas também para o nível de África e da região. Então, será o papel também do nosso chefe de Estado continuar na mobilização de recursos para garantir aquilo que é a sustentabilidade dos vários programas. Obrigado.
Excellent. Thank you thank you very much, Paulo, from Mozambique, for that reflection. Very helpful. Over to you, Dr. Tamuga, and your question is, how can a regional anticipatory action working group collaborate with the SADC Secretariat, NDMOs or NDMAs, and regional programs like the SADC Drought Resilience Program to embed anticipatory approaches into policy and practice? It's a loaded question, but 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Let me try and do it in 1 minute. Okay. So I think the collaboration is already happening. We've got SADC is sitting on the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group. It's an active participant. But what I would add is that I think really the ball is in SADC's court. For SADC to set the agenda, define their needs from the Regional Anticipatory Action Working Group, because there is already a lot of experience within the different partners of Regional Anticipatory Action Working Groups. And I'm glad to report that even based on our interviews with the different members of the working group, even in country, they also collaborate with the NDMOs. So what I gather is that it's really up to the mandated bodies, SADC, the NDMOs, to set the agenda, define their needs, and define to their partners what they need from them to help them set up these, because the experience is there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much. I could not have put it better than that, Tamuga. Thank you so much. Please, let's give the panelists a round of applause. My time is 4:33. Program Director, I think we are over by 3 minutes, and apologies. We would want to end here. Our session ends here, but I hand over to you, Program Director. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we need to clap again for the panelists and myself.
This is yours. Okay. While they are setting up for their group photo, they're inviting you for a group photo.
Come for the group photo.
Yes. So this marks the end of our program of today. And tomorrow, we start again at 9 o'clock. And just leaving them to have their group photo. And whoever wants to join, it's time, because from now on, I'm freeing you. So you are free to go. Most of you were shopping somewhere. And I'm